Alright, hello everyone! Welcome in to a substitute stream, because I had to miss stream yesterday because I had to keep working on the project before the deadline. I didn't actually finish my project till freaking like nearly 2 a.m. and I normally wrap up stream around 11 p.m. so yeah, that was not a practical it was not practical to stream yesterday. Anyway, I'm going to do the first round solo and then we'll start inviting people into the squad, just as always. Don't worry, Cheese, you'll get in straight away on the next round. I just want to do the first round solo. So today we had to drive 2 cities over to take Bum to a hospital to get her wrist looked at. And basically after coming back, I had to just drop to sleep because the car ride put my back out. So I've literally just woken up. Like, I woke up and did all my chores I had to do before I could start stream, and then started stream. That's why my stream title is not as well planned out as normal. It's also why I forgot to switch OBS back to 30 FPS 720p. You'll notice we're in 1080p 60 FPS. I don't know how stable stream is going to be, or how stable Warthunder is going to be like this. I may have to pause stream for a bit and bring those settings down for stability, because that's why I have them down. But by the time I noticed, we were already on the waiting we were already on the waiting screen. So it's time to stress test, because my brother is absolutely home and he is absolutely using the internet. So this is pretty much the worst case scenario situation for me to stream under here. The only way it could be worse if it was raining. Yeah, you know what's really annoying? We've been driving along car Cheese for this hospital trip. The city we were going to the hospital has only a third of the population of our city. But we have to travel literally the distance of Belgium to go to their hospital for anything involving broken bones. God bless Australian healthcare.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
I don't think there's a single time I've been to our local hospital in the past 10 years that didn't result in me being sent 2 or 3 cities over to get medical treatment that absolutely should have been doable in our local hospital. I mean, there's literally a public interest group in my town right now suing the state government over our hospital because we are not getting we're not getting the type of hospital we're supposed to get. It's being built in the next city over, again, when they do not meet the population to have such a hospital, and we've exceeded it for over 15 years. So according to their own laws, we are legally required to have that level of a hospital in our city, and we don't. Meanwhile, 2 cities in our local government area which do not meet the requirements for that hospital both have them for some reason. And so we have to travel literally the distance of actual freaking European countries to get basic medical treatment. Yay! SPAA grind. Totally why with the SPAA, and not that I'm just down to this vehicle. Oh! Splendid. But yeah, if that's also why I sound tired, by the way, as I mentioned. I literally just woke up from having a nap on the way back. The last stretch of road just completely did my back in, and I had to sleep pretty much immediately after I got home. Splendid, splendid. I had to fucking pay cash money because I'm a pleb. and I don't know how to play air properly. And then I fucked up and bought $250 worth of Golden Eagles thinking I needed $100 per plane, and I actually only needed $50 per plane.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Our trip 2 cities over wasn't all bad. We stopped at one of my favorite creameries on the way home.
Roger.
Got to have a very delicious milkshake made with fresh local milk. And then ice cream. We considered buying some cheese as well, but I don't need fancy cheese right now. I've got plenty of the cheap stuff. Getting fancy cheese would just mean the cheap stuff would go to waste in the fridge. Well, that's nice to hear, Average Australian, because I do put a lot of effort into coming up with new live notifications for just about every stream. Because, like, you can change them as much as you want, so why not? Why just leave them the same all the frickin' time? I'm honestly doing shit this round, but at least my team is making up for it. Cheese. Like fancy cheese, like vintage cheddar. 3-year vintage cheddar was what we were considering picking up, but yeah, we already have a bunch of just regular cheddar in the fridge, and that would have gone to waste if we bought the vintage stuff. The local supermarkets do stock for cheese from that dairy, although they don't stock their milk anymore, which annoys me. Also ended up going to the next city over's Macca's for breakfast and was gobsmacked at how much fucking better it was than my Macca's. My Macca's is atrocious and disgusting. Theirs actually tasted fucking good. Like, holy shit, if my Macca's actually tasted like that, I would probably frequent it rather often. Oh, that's very sad to hear. I hope you get better. As someone who has regular joint issues, I very much sympathize. Drop it there so I actually use it. I can 50 cal you. Moments like that, you could almost be mistaken for thinking I was good at this game. I mean, did you see me dodge his fucking shot there? That was a savant moment. Do I go to Charlie? I'm not gonna go to Charlie. Okay, where did that come from? Probably that whatever just blew up then. Yay for the stabilizer, or lack thereof. Surprisingly, the stream is actually running stable. I might be able to push to 1080p 60 FPS in the future. That's nice to learn. Or at the very least for Warthunder. Like, I know for the love of God it wouldn't work for Marvel Rivals. I can't even stream Marvel Rivals at 30 FPS 720. The fucking ping just becomes atrocious if I try to stream it. Hello Betty, welcome in, welcome in. I'm still waking up. Oh my God, this thing is so fucking slow. Able to just turn away, I'm going to actually do something for my neck and freaking dig out my damn Hello Kitty neck support. Yay! My neck now no longer hurts. I keep forgetting to get this damn neck cushion when I start stream. It makes things so much more pleasant.
We have the advantage.
Oh God, I bet whoever paid for that iPad was very pissed off.
Attention to the designated grid zone. Attention to the designated grid square.
120 minutes is a few, yes. I had all my muscles in my back cramping from a rough patch of road on the last leg of driving home, and had to just lay down to let it rest and sort itself, and then woke up at stream time. So yeah, 3 hour nap. Yep, match is over. I had a few decent moments, and this is where I open squad. So I know Cheese wants to get in. If anyone else wants to get in, make certain to make it known while I'm in hangar. So, Cheese wanted to get in. Bam, 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 bam. So to reiterate where we are in the grind, we are at a Silver Lion grind bit because I ended up basically broke because someone who will remain unnamed convinced me to gamble. So while we grind some Silver Lions out, we are just researching all these little rank 1 vehicles we missed. So we have access to them when we need them for the finale stream to the no, it was not F15. Yeah, for the finale stream to the grind challenge where I celebrate no longer having to do the challenge by dragging a functionally 1.0 lineup all the way up to top tier. Yeah. I'm being honest. I did get free Silver Lions when I bought the Golden Eagles to buy the event vehicles, but those got spent on the event vehicles. Where is it? Look at it. Isn't it pretty? It's gonna be a long time before I'm able to use it for anything. I mean, I could bring it in a 9.0 lineup, but probably won't. Anyway, if no one else wants to join in, we'll get back to the grind. Ah, nice and quick. Ah, Sands of Sinai. This is a map that I actually don't mind, but I really am starting to tire of it. I wouldn't mind having a stream where I don't see this map.
Into your vehicle!
Okay, I'm going to take the back way into Bravo. Yep. This is a map where you... I think I got this map twice on the T95 stream where I had to use that thing, first thing. Oh no, there's way worse map, Psycho Donut. It's just... it's just the enormous drive up to point from the spawn does get tiresome. The actual areas of contention where you're fighting over are pretty well designed. Like, there are way worse maps. There are maps where the entire map is shit instead of just having a shit spawn area, but the actual part of the map you fight over is pretty decent. Okay, Alpha's pretty fucking stupid, but I suppose all three sniper-obsessed mains can have their fun over there. God, a lot of people followed me.
We don't have the advantage anymore.
I've seen that map, yes.
Target destroyed!
Okay, that's a rock, not another vehicle. Jesus, you're a big fella to come this route. The T-29 really should be pushing into Charlie or helping out at Alpha, not, Oh, you have my sympathies, Cheese. Press F to play Respect the Cheese in the chat. Oh. Well, we've nearly captured Alpha, so we're actually probably gonna win. I'm gonna push out of that position just because it's starting to get boring camping there. Yep. I don't like it for a reason, jeez. Oh, where did that come from? That came from an unexpected direction. Yep. You're about to get really pissed off in a moment. Here it comes. Oh, hello, Red. I will feed you in a second, buddy. I just have to be a little bit of an asshole and then I'll feed you. Hello. At this point, I say just drive to Alpha. By the time you're there... No, not Alpha, Charlie. By the time you're there, you'll be of some use. Hopefully. Alright, now I'm gonna be... And the cat has been fed. How am I alive? It was. I knew I was being a dick there. If it makes him feel any better, I basically just got evaporated in front of him because of my complete lack of armor. I mean, if I really want to be mean, I could drive right up to him and do it again. After spawning again in another completely different vehicle. But I made my point. My kingdom! My kingdom for a vertical stabilizer! No, now that would have just been ruining everything for everyone. Come on. Get over. Yeah, I see you there. I'm not fucking pushing. My job is to stay here. Prevent you from fucking capping and get fucking swiped by Cass. So now all I have is SPAA, but at least hopefully I can avenge myself.
The enemy is controlling most of the zones.
I'm going to drive forward mostly so I can get to somewhere where I can drop artillery on useful locations. Can I drop a arty somewhere useful? Not yet. Wake up, Gunner. Wake up, Jeff.
Mobility kill.
And got him.
Destroyed.
Got him.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Oof. Unfortunately, this vehicle can't fire without electricity. Oh no, it's just out of ammo. Well, it shouldn't be able to fire without electricity. It's an electrical fucking operated weapon.
Starting.
Well, we've managed to flip this. Splendid. And I got some good SPAA work, which is fantastic. I really do want to unlock more upgrades for this vehicle. Alright, let's just slip into Bravo here. Should be a good spot where I have some good hill cover somewhere. I don't think I'm going to get a good clear shot off on that plane. I can at least duck down there and take out the lizard. Oh, that must have pissed him off. To be the receiving end, on the receiving end of the lizard's bullshit. Not much I can do except drop RT in the general vicinity of whoever's shooting at you. I mean, if he wants to suicide bomb me. Okay, I need to tweak my auto mod settings. Boop doop 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 boop.
Request air recon.
And
Affirmative.
there's that wall of text slammed into a TXT file. Just get that message off screen. Lord knows I don't want some random fucking person who's just starting and hasn't realized those are bots yet seeing that in my chat and falling for that bullshit. Let's get you up and into the fight faster.
Thank you very much.
And by the time I am at the front lines, we will probably be over. Amazingly, I think Cheese has actually survived the round in the T-95. I say that as he dies. Don't say that I do not have comedic timing. You actually were probably a very good help.
The victory is near.
You basically served the same role as a mouse there, except if the enemy team was halfway smart, they would have been able to handle you very easily because you have a giant obvious weakness.
Attention to the map.
Cruise control is lovely, but my god, does it mean I really am doing nothing.
Flight. 1,000 meters.
Like, I'm just slapping my knees now. Here we are at point. Yeah, your barrel being out is a very common occurrence in the T-95 because it's like literally right in front of your entire hull. It is the first thing they hit. It's like how in Jagged Alliance 2 and similar games like 7.62 High Caliber, it's highly recommended against going prone with your soldiers because it puts the face is the first thing that's going to get hit. So it's actually safer to just crouch. He easily could have killed you. That's the thing, Cheese. He just needed to slot one round into your cupola and you would have been dead. Because the cupola is a standard cupola from various American tanks that is nowhere near as armored as the rest of the vehicle. But he's a fucking German main, so he probably doesn't know that. Because German mains don't bother to learn the enemy's strengths and weaknesses. They just assume they have magical super tanks that can do everything. Yeah, I'm not purchasing these modifications at the moment because we're trying to silver line grind, so it's easier to get the Sheridan when we start researching the Sheridan. But it's nice to have them actually researched and ready to go. I've got to go fix my door real quick. And anyone who wants to join in, feel free to speak up. I'm going to fix my door. I'm not a fan of the T-34 myself, Cheese. So, the T-34 is... Let's just we'll go customize to look at it. It's basically the T-26E5 with a much larger gun and a bigger turret that's easier to hit. The 120mm gun is incredible in its performance, except that it takes fucking forever to reload. So you better make your shot count, because you're not beating your opponent to a follow-up shot. If you're willing to hunker down and snipe, it's pretty fucking good as a vehicle. But I personally, I would just stick with the T-26E5. It's more versatile. You do get 250 cals as a coax. That's kind of fun. Combine it with the commander's 50 cal, that means you get 350 cals with which to machine gun things. But yeah, the regular, the hull, the protection, the speed is all pretty much the same as the T-26E5 you've already got. Except it's got this massive ammo fucking bin straight in the middle of the tank. Yeah, I just don't particularly care for it. It's not bad, it's just the way I play, it's not for me. Well, if you've unlocked up to here, after it you get the T32, which is actually a pretty decent upgrade to the T26. So let's see, it's slightly upgraded cannon. What's that engine power? 681 versus much better engine. Still same hull. So basically a faster, more capable T26. Or if you're able to unlock for Sheridan, go for the Sheridan. The Sheridan will get you your first ATGM, and it's a pretty decent ATGM. Because it is semi-active command line of sight, so you don't have to stop and use the keyboard controls to control the missile. Hello, welcome back, Kenro. I'm just explaining to Cheese over on YouTube what my mindset is regarding what he should be grinding for next. He's about the same level of the tech tree as me. But yeah, I would go for the Sheridan because of the Shillelagh. And as I said, the Shillelagh, it's slow for a missile. It's, so there's 3 types of ATGMs, or anti-tank guided missiles. I wouldn't know how it's controlled on console, but basically you have manual control missiles, semi-active command line of sight missiles, and fire and forget missiles. So manual control missiles, you have to use your controller or keyboard. I play on PC, so I use a keyboard to manually control where the missile is going. And that is a finicky thing to do. Semi-active command line of sight, you just have to keep your sights on the target and the missile will sort of work its way towards it. And with fire and forget, the missile locks on like your more typical video game missiles and you can just fire and move on. It is a bit of a jump to go to 8.0, which is why I mentioned the T32. It's not as big a jump. If you're willing to grind out this line for a bit, you can get the M46 and the M47, M48. Server full, I'm not sure what you're talking. Are you talking about squad, Kenro? If you want to join squad, you're more than welcome to. If you're talking about the Discord server, if that thing ever ends up full, I am massively more popular than I am right now. Okay, yes, you want to join squad. No problem. We're currently at 7.3. Yeah, we've somewhat given up on using the Discord for voice chat because it's still screwing me over with my internet. I'm honestly at the point with my Discord issues where I'm just going to wait until I've switched to the 2 PC setup, since the second PC doesn't have the Discord issues at all, and then just start using Discord again then. Hello, Git for Rat! Given that I'm from Australia, that's not not that impossible. Yeah, you're more than welcome in. Hello, Give a Rat. I'm not 100% certain if I have you in my friends list. Feel free to remind me what your username is. And if not, feel free to give me your username so I can get you into the squad. Yeah, but for those of you who don't know why I'm finding that funny, Sydney, the largest city in Australia, actually has the most prostitutes per capita of any city on Earth. Hello, Giva Rat. Yes, I do have you here. Okay, we'll wait for Hologi to get in and then we'll get into the grind. But yeah, most people when they want to say, oh, what's the city with the most prostitutes, they usually answer like Bangkok or Dubai. They don't predict that it will be fucking Sydney. But we have legal prostitution, ready access to, ready plane routes to Asia where it's very illegal. And also the US Navy stops over in Sydney a lot. So, yeah. I'm not joking, the prostitution industry in Sydney's fucking massive. No, I did not. So, basically, the Nuke Thunder events, I was too busy with stuff that I couldn't put off to really participate in it. So, I basically, so because of that, I had to buy the event vehicles. So I had to buy Golden Eagles to get the event vehicles. I'm also pushing towards a Wallet Warrior stream on the Japanese tree because I've missed out on a bunch of collabs from not having enough high tier vehicles yet. So some of the Golden Eagles were also spent on my first premium in the Japan tree. I actually put it to a vote which tree the premium tree was going to be, and Japan won the vote. Yeah, I don't really like air, so it really wasn't. So it was even harder for me. Eventually, I just came to the conclusion that I had to buy him. I wanted the Tupolev because I like the Tupolev IRL. And basically, I came to the conclusion that it was better to spend $50 on it now than $300 on it in 2 years' time. And to answer the bear, I assume you're talking about... let's see, can you select the right thing, OBS? I'm certain I think you're talking about our little mascot here. He does not have a name yet. He is a quokka, which is a native Australian animal. He will be named when I get round to having him animated. He's going to be our TTS pet. Cheese over on YouTube wants to call him Fred. Alright, so we're just waiting on Hologi to flag himself as ready, and then we'll get to the grind. And do I need to fix my door again, or did the cat not open it that much when he walked in? Gary has been suggested before. As stated, we're going to have a vote, probably on my Discord server, as to what he is going to be named. That'll happen once he is animated. I don't expect him to be animated anytime soon. Yeah, we've had Gary, we've had Larry, we've had Fred, and we've had Bob as suggestions. Oh, jeez. I don't think that's what we're gonna name him. Ah, there we go. Your flag is ready. So, with one Soviet in the lineup, it means we are 100% going to be fighting the Germans. Yay, that means more fighting Tiger 2s. I don't hate them because they kill me all the time. I hate them because I'm just sick of seeing them. It's like, my guys, you have so many vehicles at this BR. Please pick something else. At least once. Oh, the mouse. The mouse I understand. That's why we're going to have a vote on it, Cheese, because many people keep coming up with very different names for him. And since he's going to functionally serve as the voice of the community, why not let the community be the ones who select the name? You know, one fun thing about Twitter, since Elon bought it, is the fact that you can actually have a conversation with the algorithm about why your posts are successful or not. Because Grok is the Twitter algorithm now. It's really fascinating finding out why the fuck my comment on my own post did better numbers than the post itself. Not that I'm like seriously trying to grow on Twitter or anything. I mostly just keep the platform as a yeah, mostly keep the platform as just a way to quickly keep up with news now in the VTubing space. But every now and again, something like that will happen, and I'm just like, why the fuck is that going on in the algorithm? And I just open Grok and say, hey, could you explain what the fuck you did here? And then I get an actual explanation of the algorithm. Every other platform, the algorithm is this arcane, opaque black box where we have no idea what's going on or why, and thus have no guiding principle as how to make our content. Meanwhile, on Twitter, you could literally just say, hey, I'm about to make X, Y, Z. How would I best send it out into the world? And it's like, oh yeah, here's complete instructions on the 3 best ways to do it. And here's how far they'll probably go. Thank you very much for the posture check. I was actually mid-hydration at that time. God, where are all the Germans? Oh, where is everyone? Jesus Christ. The people who ask Grok, is this real on every post, I'm of 2 minds on. One, can you... On one hand, it's really disappointing to see people not think for themselves. On the other hand, there have been times where I've been trying to research a post and find the sources for information, and fucking Google is just being a bitch and giving me 5 pages of the same fucking SEO optimized listicle that offers no real fucking information. And then I just go, Grok, can you actually search this for me? And it's like, sure. And it gives me the link to the original article that I actually want to fucking find. Well, for the South Asia area, it's just on 7 PM. So it actually should be pretty peak playtime. Most of the Indonesians and Chinese should be getting off work now. In Australia, we should be right into the thick of it. I don't think it's that much your fault. Like, having a Soviet in the lineup is definitely slowing it down because it can't shove the Germans and the Soviets onto the same team, since amazingly there's more Americans than either of those at the moment, which is very odd because it's usually Germans, Soviets, then Americans in order of popularity. But yeah. Oh yeah, Malaysia's got a bit longer to get off work. But for the bulk of Indonesia and most of Eastern China, they're just about getting off work. And yes, I do pay attention to time zones like that. Where you start doing that when you're a content creator, because you start wondering, why am I doing these numbers in these markets? I got curious as to why I was getting such a strong Central European audience, and then I was like, oh, I'm their breakfast show. I'm their fucking brekkie entertainment. Well, there's apparently 8 Germans. You had enough German players. You had enough German players. What the fuck? I know I'm complaining about constantly fighting Tiger 2s, but I would rather actually get into a match than just sit here shooting the shit at the matchmaking. Oh, hey, why do you think I'm a streamer? I lost my retail job due to physical disability, and after a year of not finding something that could work with my physical disability, I was like, my God, I just spend all day playing video games. Maybe I should stream it just as a Hail Mary to see if I can make a living off of that, since it's all I can have to spend my fucking time on. Yes, that is literally the origin story of why I started streaming. A full year of being unable to find work that can cater to my very basic accessibility needs. Yes, this employee needs a proper ergonomic office chair, a standing desk, a desk that can go from sitting to standing, and permission to stand up and sit down when he needs to. Oh no, we can't offer that. Our office will never be equipped for that. And so I never get any office work. It's like literally my requirements are the things a physiotherapist recommends you do to your office anyway. They just go from recommendations to necessity.
Driver ready. Gunner ready. Loader ready.
Yeah, the thing is, the matchmaker isn't actually accurate. It's very inaccurate as to who's actually on and who's not. I just look at it because it gives me something to fucking talk about while we wait. It's better to bitch at the inaccurate matchmaker than just sit there in the dark with no clue as to what's going on. Okay, I see you up there. Not really a good covered location for me to encap. This is probably my best. And it's still not that good. Oh, wonderful. It's a fucking up tier. And I've said it once, I've said it again, I'll say it 1,000 times. 7.0 to 8.0 is the biggest performance jump in this fucking game for vehicle performance. I would rather be a 2.0 dragged into a 5.0 match than be a 7.0 dragged into an 8.0 match. It's fucking insane, the gap between 7 and 8. 7 and 8 should be fucking, 7 to 7.5 should be 7 to 8, and 7.5 to 9.0 should be 8 to 9. It is such a stupidly large performance jump. Oh, but then we would have such sparse tech trees. Well, fill out that section of the tech tree. There's plenty of prototypes, test models, and everything from that period of time you could use that aren't in the game yet. Like, America could use any of the XM 400 vehicles that were the predecessors to what eventually became the Bradley.
We've captured most of the strategic zones.
Is he gonna peek? Yeah! I saw your fucking aerial! And the turn machine guns me. Welcome in, Among Us! Welcome in, welcome in. I'm just butching. I'm just bitching about the fucking BRs. I would prefer not to do 7.7 Halogi. As I said, Ed, I just had a big fucking spiel about how the 7.0 BR to 8.0 BR is the most compressed BR range in terms of performance. Yeah. Any other BR range, I would be super happy to go up like half a fucking BR, but this one is just the one that is a pain. And I'm already out of vehicles. Well, that's one good thing about having the Soviets in squad. Why am I streaming in the night and not the mornings, Among Us? Because I am... For two reasons. Firstly, it means that I have the entire morning to do chores and such and help my mum. So basically, as the sun's going down and I can't do outside work to help me mum is when I start streaming. And secondly, I fucking sleep in. I fucking sleep in. I'm usually asleep until like 11 in the morning. Unless someone wakes me up. I would catch more people if I streamed in the morning. More Americans, specifically. And I have experimented with morning streams. Oh! I just got enough SP to spawn in the, M163. Ah. So, Monday instead of Sunday, so I explained it in the Discord. I think I made a post about it, but basically I had that project I was working on that had a deadline. I needed to finish it. So its deadline to be sent out was like this morning when I would be in the car driving with mum to go to the hospital 2 cities over, so I had to get it done last night. By the time I was done with that project, it was 2 a.m. So... Ah, well. That was fun while it lasted. So, by the time I was, yes, community streams are inbound. I'm going to be looking into that tomorrow. Start doing my research on how to actually get that functionally set up. But yeah, I had to get that project finished and sent off, so that's what I did last night. Didn't have time to stream because, as stated, it was 2 a.m. by the time I was done. So since I cancelled the stream yesterday, we've moved it to today, because that's what I do when I cancel a stream. One good thing about having a Soviet on a squad, as I was saying earlier, is the BTR is on my side and not the enemy side. Where do you hit the T10 with the super Pershing? That's the neat part. You don't. In all seriousness, there is a the lower side plate just above the road wheels from like dead side on. You can pen pretty well in the T10 with the super Pershing. If you have the I forget what the round is, the one that pens really, really well. I think it's a solid shot round. Hello there indeed, F15. Welcome in, welcome in. Well, it's the vehicle that's like most hard counters my lineup. Because my lineup of light tanks is hard countered by anything that can fire, that can move faster than them, track faster than them with the turret, and has auto fire for better follow-up shots, all of which a BTR has. Like, it's not like it's impossible for me to win against the BTR. I do it relatively often, but it is like the bane of my existence. That's fantastic to hear, F15. And I was happy to hear with my hospital visit with my mum earlier today that she just needed a splint on her arm for 2 weeks. So they took the cast off, and yeah, she now has a splint on her arm for 2 weeks. Still annoying we had to drive 2 fucking cities over just to get that fucking news. But at the very least, I got to visit my favorite creamery and have a nice thick shake and some nice ice cream. It was a very nice thick shake. I had a chocolate thick shake with malt in it. Not enough places that serve shakes here in Australia offer malt for their shakes. Oh, Violate TOS is fun. The only reason I don't have Violate TOS in my lineup is I am better with the M56 and it serves the same role in my lineup. If I wasn't doing the grind challenge and I could have spend the Golden Eagles on some additional squads, I would have an additional squad for Violate TOS. It's a fun vehicle. Let's go watch Violate TOS. Unfortunately, F-15, we actually have a full squad at the moment, so you'll have to wait on someone to drop out. Yeah. The main reason I'm better with the M56 is just that the gun is actually aligned with the sights as opposed to the 6 guns of the Violate TOS, which are all a bit offset. So it's a lot easier to do stuff like slot shots and whatnot. But the follow-up shots are incredible. That's the plan. That is the plan among us. Gamer69, welcome in, welcome in. And F15, it's fantastic to hear you have a new rat tank. New rats are always fun. Oh, that's disappointing. Hello, G.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Don't worry. My dyslexia actually corrected your misspelling for you. I didn't realize you had misspelled it myself. That's the fun part about dyslexia. Sometimes someone else will just accidentally write gibberish instead of a word they intend, and my dyslexia will just correct it itself. When fucking disabilities work in your favor. Typically, if it's a word that is an anagram for another word, that's when it sort of doesn't really work. But like flipping the E and the U and guessing, yeah, that's not really gonna. That's not really something I'm gonna notice unless it's pointed out to me. Speaking of the earlier conversation about why I don't stream in the mornings, one other advantage of streaming at this time as opposed to streaming in the mornings is there's less people on Warthunder as a stream category at this time. So in the Twitch rankings, I appear in like the 3rd or 4th row when I stream Warthunder at this time. If I stream Warthunder in the mornings, I am like row 20. There are so many people streaming Warthunder at that time. So it's way better for my discoverability to be streaming now instead of 12 hours before now. Even though there is a bigger audience for my content 12 hours before now. It's actually easier to get found at this time. I know, it wasn't serious, but it's a fun topic of conversation. It's one of those, there's a lot of thought that goes into why you stream when you stream. And yeah, it would actually benefit me most. The best compromise stream time, if I wanted to really maximize my viewers, would actually be about lunchtime. So about 6 hours earlier. I would lose most of the European audience, but I would gain a very large American audience. So... yeah, I mentioned that earlier, Gamer, that I get a lot of Europeans because I'm basically their breakfast show. But yeah, if I streamed at lunchtime, I would lose a very large portion of my European follower base, but I would gain a very large American follower base because I would be their pre-sleep show. If I streamed 4 hours later, so if I started streaming around the time I'm starting to wind down, around 10 p.m., and streamed into about 2 to 3 a.m., I would be the morning show for a large portion of America, and so I would get a lot of viewers then. You see a lot of, that's why a lot of Australian streamers from Adelaide and Perth do really, really well, because, the time zones line up for them better than it does for us on the East Coast. Ooh, unenthusiastic fun facts. Well, we've already had the discussion about how Sydney is actually the city on Earth with the most prostitutes in it per capita. So what else can we discuss? 2 kilometers of armor. Yeah, it is up armored over the T-26E5, but it's not that heavily up armored. It's enough that it's significant for me and my light tanks, but not enough that we could do it for it's not enough that it's a problem for heavy tanks. Yes, a lot of people do mistake Sydney for our capital. There was a push to make it the capital, so the capital of Australia is Canberra, which I am very close to. I am under the legal jurisdiction of Canberra, but I do not live in Canberra. Long story behind that, and I don't want to get into the federal territories discussion again. I've done that before on stream. Yes, Canberra. So the 2 options for Australian capital when we got home rule and started setting up the Australian Commonwealth were Melbourne and Sydney. The argument for Sydney was that it was the largest city in the country and a major trading port. No problem, hello, Guy. Thanks for dropping by. Hope you had fun. And that means we can get F-15 in. Okay, what was F-15's username again? I think it was... No, it wasn't Cage. It was Flint Larry. That's all right. But yeah, so the other option was Melbourne. The argument for Melbourne is most of the people who were the driving force behind us getting our independence lived and worked in Melbourne. That's where all the politics happened to actually cause independence. The de facto parliament building was in Melbourne. Melbourne was actually the richest city on Earth at that time because the gold rush was still going on. That's why Melbourne has such beautiful architecture, because they were fucking loaded at the time. As a compromise, they started discussing... I've sadly never been to Adelaide. No. I do want to visit. It's a very nice city, I hear. So back to the story of why Canberra even fucking exists. So they started discussing somewhere else to be the capital, some kind of compromise location. And they drew a point, literally do midpoint, as in the middle between Sydney and Melbourne as they possibly could, and said, oh, there's a point here where a bunch of cattle ranchers are meeting up. It's nice and flat and easy to build on. Maybe we should build a city there. So they start discussing building a city there. They start talking to the indigenous tribes to learn more about the area because they know more about it than them. And the indigenous tribes tell them that place is called Canberra. Canberra in their language means meeting place, because it was a place where a bunch of tribes would meet up to discuss things with each other. So it's like literally smack bang in between Melbourne and Sydney is a place that was already used as a de facto capital for the indigenous people. That's very easy to build on. So it was just like, why not? And so that's how we got Canberra. Wellington is in New Zealand, and I've never left Australia, so no, I have not. I have not been to Wellington. I have not been to New Zealand. I wanted to visit New Zealand on a hunting trip a few years back, but just before I was set to go, the Christchurch shooting occurred, and the logistics of doing a hunting trip when their gun laws were in such a massive shake-up, it just never happened. No, I've never left Australia. It's very, very expensive to get airfare out of Australia because the main reason airfare is cheap is because the plane is usually going on to another destination after wherever you're going. Australia is the end of the line. Like, the only place it can go beyond Australia is New Zealand. So, airfare in and out of Australia is stupidly expensive. I can afford every part of an international holiday except the fucking airfare. And nowadays I can't even go on an international holiday at all because I'm on disability. If you're caught going international on an international holiday while receiving a disability pension, they cancel your pension. Because it's not meant for you to go off on holiday, it's meant for you to live on. There was way too many people scamming their way onto disability and then just living super stingily and 20 people to a house most of the year while they squirreled all their money away to go on fucking party in Bali and giant fucking glorified bucks parties that the Indonesian government fucking hated. Like, Indonesia really hated how a large portion of Australian tourists treated Bali, and the portion of Australian tourists that treated Bali like that were all dole bludgers. They were all people who were perfectly capable of working, who had scammed their way onto disability, and were basically just living as stingily as possible for 12 months out of the year, and then going on giant 2-month benders in Bali. That's why in Bali you could find tourist t-shirts with Centrelink, living the dream. So if you don't know, Centrelink is the name of our fucking welfare agency. So you could get the Centrelink logo and the phrase living the dream on a t-shirt in Bali as a common tourist item because of the amount of dole bludgers who used to be fucking on Centrelink, who used to be going to Bali for fucking giant fucking benders. No, I'm talking about the island of Bali in Indonesia. B-A-L-I. It's basically the only one of only 2 cheap places you can travel to from Australia. Like, there's 2 places I can't afford the airfare to if I wanted to leave Australia, and that is Bali or Fiji. Those are the 2. Everywhere else, it's thousands of dollars to fly out. Bali, because it's such a common budget tourist destination, and Fiji, because there's actually flights that go to a bunch of Pacific Islands from Australia for mail and logistics purposes, and Fiji is the stopping point for refueling for those flights. So it's the one place where it's really cheap. A few years back, I looked into going to Palau because I wanted to visit Palau to do some diving off of their reefs, because they've got a lot of Japanese warship wrecks just off of their coastline. And Palau was so desperate for tourists at the time that they would actually hand you $1,000 if you arrived in their country as a tourist to encourage more tourism to Palau. I looked at the method of getting there. The flights to Fiji was piss cheap. The flight then on to Palau was what stopped me from going to Palau. Yeah, that's why it's so common for Australian tourists in Indonesia to go to Bali. It's ridiculous. I don't mean to be mean when I say this. I just had no interest in going to Bali. It's why I never went. I've had plenty of opportunities, but it just doesn't interest me as a location. Other parts of Indonesia interest me, just not Bali. Just not Bali. Like, oh, you can, like, the options in Bali for me as a tourist are either stag party shit, in which case I would rather go to Sydney, or fucking Balinese culture, and there's so much Balinese culture that is imported in to Australia by boomers who go over to Bali on annual holidays and then come back with a bunch of Balinese stuff to sell to fund the next holiday, that I don't need to go to Bali to experience Balinese culture. Fuck, the local Asian supermarket that sells imported Asian goods is run by free Balinese women. If I want to learn, watch traditional Balinese dance, I just need to go to the fucking Asian supermarket when they run their English language fucking lessons in their break room on Sundays. Because they do that at the local Asian supermarket. They run English lessons for anyone who wants to learn English. Our Asian supermarket is a massive pillar of our community. They just straight up have a shelf of food where it's like, if you're homeless or hungry or poor, just take this food. It's free. This shelf is free. Go for it. It's mostly stuff that's about to go out of date or stuff that people have donated, but it's absolutely there. Yeah? It's more available than the fucking food kitchen. I mean, it's better than the food bank. When I was homeless a few years back, the food bank gave me a food hamper, and it was mostly fucking pasta sauce with no pasta. Like, I was like, oh, the food bank will give you a food hamper to help you out. I was so excited because I meant I could spend money on other things that I needed instead of groceries. And then the food hamper was 6 jars of expired pasta sauce and no fucking pasta. What the fuck? Oh, and don't get me started on the amount of tins of fucking tuna that were in that fucking food hamper. That's why every time I see a food bank donating, looking for food, soliciting food donations now, I fucking walk into the nearest supermarket and buy fucking Spam and canned chicken and fucking spiced ham, corned beef, literally any fucking protein that isn't fucking tuna, because my god, I got so much fucking tuna donated to me. I hate seafood. I can't stand seafood. Being given nothing but tuna, it got to the point where I was just handing the tuna off to other people and saying, I will go hungry, thank you very much. Because there was just so fucking much of it. Now, the reason they get a lot of tuna, apparently, is because it's kosher, it's halal, it's jikta, it fits a lot of religious food donation requirements. But like, as someone whose only concern is that I have a preference for jikta meat, not a requirement. I also try to go kosher if I can, just because I do have practicing Jewish family members, so it's nice for them to have kosher meat. But if I have to choose between jikta and kosher, I will pick jikta. Oh, I should explain what the fuck jikta is. Jikta is a meat classification from Buddhism and Sikhism. They're not quite the same, Buddhist jikta and Sikh jikta. I prefer Sikh jikta over Buddhist jikta, but I will accept either or. That is about that mostly has to deal with the meat being butchered humanely. So, for Buddhist Jikta, the meat has to have not suffered in life or in death, is the official clarification, and a prayer has to be said for the animal as it is butchered. Slaughtered, not butchered. For Sikh Jikta, they don't have to say the prayer, but they have more strict clarifications as to what not suffering in death means. It has to be killed cleanly with a single stroke of a blade via decapitation. So one stroke of a blade, decapitating the animal, killing it in one go is what's required. This is usually interpreted as decapitating it with a sword, because that's what they would have been using when that rule came into their religion. But it's in modern Sikh butchers very much do use guillotines, because it's a lot more reliable than using a sword. Some traditionalists still use a tulwar, which is a type of scimitar-like sword from India, but you're hard pressed to find traditionalist Sikh butchers outside like the most dense Indian expat communities. And yeah, the reason I know a lot about Sikh Jikta meat is many years ago, one of my hobbies is historic fencing, so swordsmanship and such. I've practiced some kendo, some iaido, some hema and whatnot. I got curious as to how a scimitar was used, and the closest still practiced martial art to the use of a scimitar I could find was Gatka, which is an Indian martial art. So I used to travel to the nearest Sikh temple to learn Gatka, because the Sikh are a warrior religion from India, and so pretty much every Sikh, major Sikh religious institution can put you in touch with people who practice Gatka. And so that's how, wanting to learn how a scimitar was used, the closest thing I could find was how an Indian tulwar was used, and that meant going to the local Sikh community to ask them. Yes, for a person who lives on a farm in the middle of fucking nowhere, I'm a very worldly individual. Yes, didn't it? But that's how conversation flows. It goes in really random directions. And Sydney is not Australia's capital. That was fucking scary for a moment there. You damn near plowed into me. Oh. What own rule? If you're talking about the conversation on topic rule, it's keeping the conversation on topic is the on topic of the current conversation, not like of the game itself. If you're talking about the the politics rule, like, we really didn't go any deep into politics. Like, when I say keep chats on topic, I mean don't, like, just butt into a conversation about, like, say, the Vietnam War to suddenly discuss the Care Bears. If a conversation naturally flows in a direction, then it is staying on topic. There was a step to step to step. Like, it ended up in a weird spot, but you can see the connections. So it started with the discussion of Australia's history, of Australian cities, which went to which cities I visited, which went to have I visited New Zealand, which went to have I been overseas, which went to why I haven't been overseas, which went to the overseas expats communities that are in Australia, in my local area, which went to some of the culture around those communities. Well, actually, we went to the expat communities in the area, which went to the shelf to help people who are homeless in the Asian supermarket, which went to my time in homelessness and dealing with charities, which went to why the charities give everyone fucking tuna, which then went to all that religious stuff. In all seriousness though, fuck tinned tuna. I fucking hate tinned tuna. Especially when tinned chicken meets all the same rules, it is cheaper and lasts longer in the fucking tin. So it doesn't go off as fast. Like, fucking give the chicken. Chicken. Everyone loves chicken. Even chicken loves chicken. I'm not joking. It is disturbingly common to see chickens eating chicken. It's not pleasant, in my opinion. My brother loves it. My brother loves it. I know lots of people who eat it. It's popular. I don't understand how people like it. Even outside of my regular distaste for seafood, I don't understand how people like fucking tinned tuna. That was low. Still low. Your machine gun can't do anything to me. That can. Whatever that was. But yeah, that was my biggest complaint with the tinned tuna as to, oh, well, this is why we give tinned tuna out, is like, then why not chicken? Why never chicken? I want chicken, I want liver, meow mix, please deliver. Why am I am now singing the meow mix song, for fuck's sake. That is a jingle for a brand of cat food that doesn't even exist in my fucking country. Finally landed that fucking Kubel Blitz. Landed that fucking... What the fuck was that statement? Finally landed a hit on that fucking Kubel Blitz. What is cheesing? The T-95. You'll get to the front line eventually. I'm in danger. Now I'm staring out the window. Meow, 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 meow. I want chicken. I want liver. Meow, mix, please deliver. I know way too many fucking jingles for food products that do not exist in my fucking country. Fucking American sitcoms.
Attention to the designated strike zone.
Hot dogs, hot dogs. What kind of kids like hot dogs? I'm not gonna sing the full hot dog song, I don't feel like it. But now I've got that stuck in my head, which is another fucking jingle for a food product that doesn't exist in my fucking country. All because the fucking, Simpsons one time needed to make up, like, needed to shore up a short episode by about the length of time of the hot dog song. So they just had fucking Bart and Lisa sing the fucking song in the middle of the episode to make up fucking time. Although at least it meant that years later when they had the joke about Skinner using hot dogs to make a fake bomb vest, I actually got the joke. That man is wearing hot dogs. Armor hot dogs. What kind of man wears armor hot dogs? Never would have gotten that joke if they hadn't have sung that song like 2 seasons earlier. Okay, crew replenishment is too beneficial to leave on the purchasing floor, whatever. Yes, we were. That does tend to happen when you have a full squad, even when you end up sucking. Just from virtue of having a full squad. Now, I need to get up for a second because it's starting to get cold, so I need to put a shirt on. God, I love this time of year. When the sun's up, it's too warm to wear a shirt. When the sun's down, it's too cold to not. At least in my bedroom it is. No problem, Ken. Nice to play with you again. Hope to see you again sometime. And that means we do have a slot open in the squad if anyone would like to join. Which I believe Among Us probably would. I'll give you a little bit of time to speak up. Bam, 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 bam. No problem. That means we just go straight into the grind. No problem, Cheese. We'll get you right back in when you're ready to join again. Wehrmacht Krupp. Most circumstances, yeah, I would rather have a Panther than a Tiger. Most circumstances. In like a big, like, assault push, I would have a Tiger 2, a King Tiger, quite happily. No, we're fine at this BR. We're fine at 7.3. I mean, if you want to drag me up, that's for a laugh, that's fine. Because in an assault, you do want the heavier armor. And the long 88 is very useful for punching through enemy defenses. But generally speaking, like just which tank would you rather be in with no context in a vacuum? Panther. 100% Panther. Panther or Tiger 1? Tiger 1 still has a few niche circumstances where I would take it over a Panther for the long 88, but once again, even more often times, I will choose a Panther. Especially to not have to deal with the fucking road wheels on the Tiger 1. Oh my god. I need to stream Tank Mechanic Simulator sometime. I've played it, it's fun. Like, you immediately understand why the Germans lost World War II the moment you have to change a single road wheel on a Tiger 1. Like, the Tiger 1 has its place. It was a great tank for its time, but by the end of the war, it was already pretty apparent what way tank design was going, and the Tiger 1 just wasn't there. The Panther was much closer to where tanks were heading. The E75 and E50 would have been very modern tanks if they had come to fruition. They would have been the German equivalent of the Centurion, something that could have lasted well into the 90s. Are you malicious? Are you malicious messing with me on another account, or are you Among Us referencing malicious on another account? Because yes, we do have malicious who usually joins us over on Kick, but also sometimes joins us on YouTube, who is a Tiger 1 fanboy. And I don't fault him for it. It's a nice tank. It's just that it's very much a product of its era. I mean, I would rather someone be a Tiger 1 fanboy than a Porsche Tiger fanboy. Because maybe you're trying to throw me off about the fact that you're, maybe you're trying to throw me off because every single time you've tried on Twitch lately, I've caught you out almost immediately. Sometimes literally on the first fucking message. Jagdpanther isn't a tank though. F-15. It's a tank destroyer. Slash assault gun, slash self-propelled gun. That whole classification was kind of screwy. Personally, if I had... yeah, he mains a Tiger 1, Wehrmacht Krupp. But yeah, if I had to take a German World War II tank, I think it's a possibility, but I don't know for certain. Like, it's like a 20% possibility you're him. If I had to take a German tank from World War II, I would take the Stug 3, And that's only because I'm not counting a Hetzer as a German tank, because it's built in Czechoslovakia on Czechoslovakian tooling and is based on an earlier Czechoslovakian tank that was made before German occupation. If you count the Hetzer as German, I would take a Hetzer. He had a similar username called Wehrmacht Marches, and yeah, that's about it. Like that, Wehrmacht Marches was the first username I knew him under. I was a little hesitant with him at first because I thought he may be a full-on Verhabu, complete with the political alignment, and I do not want people who politically align with the Nazis in my community. I mean, after all, I am freaking ethnically Jewish and do have practicing Jews in my family. Yes, the VZ-38 is the tank I was referencing, F-15. You are correct. I prefer to refer to it as the VZ-38 over the Panzer 38T because fuck referring to it by its freaking occupation name. That's its slave name. No, he's Indonesian, so it doesn't really factor it. So, the politics of Nazi Germany really don't apply to him. A well-coordinated push on Charlie. The only disappointing thing is no one's gone to Bravo. I'm not going to stand there and just lob rounds into him, but it's ridiculous that he has made no attempt to move. He is one of those smoke will protect me idiots who think smoke somehow actually blocks shots. We're in an up tier. No, he's actually quite reasonable about the Tiger One. He just likes it. Which is fine. Like it's a fantastic take for its era, and it's has aesthetics that a lot of people do like. I can see why people would like it aesthetically. Term threes are everywhere because they're fucking OP and they're easy to get your hands on. Like, they should not be at 8.3. They should be at like 9. They should be at like 9.0, not 8.3. It has HE, good HE rounds, and a fucking 30mm autocannon. That should not be at 8.3. That should be at 9.0 at the minimum. It's yeah, precisely. I was bringing up the autocannon just as I got autocannoned, and that is the big reason why it should not be this low, because it's because if it only had the good HE rounds and no autocannon, 8.3 100%. If it only had the autocannon and no main cannon, 8.3 once again would be a very fair place to put it. because it has both, because it can go, oh shit, I fucked up with my main gun, and then just slot autocannon fire into you as a backup, it should not be at fucking 8.3. Because it's functionally two 8.3 vehicles in one. The argument for having it 8.3 is, yeah, but it's not really that much better with its autocannon than 8.3 autocannon vehicles. Yeah, but it's not really that much better with its main gun than 8.3 vehicles. I don't give a fuck. It's doing two roles at once. And can literally switch instantly. The fact that it's kind of shit at both roles doesn't matter. You were Wehrmacht crop, weren't you? Because you just turned up here. That or you read the chat that's on screen. But welcome back, Malicious. Welcome, welcome. Right, I'm dead now. Yeah, it's one of the big why is this vehicle here conundrums. It's almost as bad as the BMPT in my opinion. It's not as bad as the BMPT because the BMPT is almost fucking invulnerable if you know how to fucking play it. Because the way Gaijin designs vehicles with ammunition not inside the main hull to work when that ammunition gets hit means that in a hull down, the BMPT is basically invulnerable, and it has a dozer blade on it, so you can make literally anywhere hull down, a hull down position, which is the big thing that makes the BMPT so fucking stupid. Whereas the term free is not that fucking ridiculous. It's just that it can fill two roles on the team simultaneously with no downside to those roles beyond not being entirely optimal. Yeah, like as I was said earlier, there being better gun tanks and better autocannon tanks at the same BR than the term free does not sufficiently offset the fact that it's doing both adequately. Yeah, Syncra has been having issues with kick connectivity lately. It's been mentioned in their Discord. So Syncra is the service I use for my multi-chat. They are very much an upstart company. I think there is a grand total of 10 users for them. And I am one of them. I use it because it just fucking works. Like, every other multi-chat solution was a giant fucking nightmare of, well, you have to install this, and you have to use this program, and you have to work with it this way, yada, yada, yada. Syncra, it was just, link all the fucking services, and here's your fucking multi-chat. Just, like, no shit, yeah, I'm gonna use this, obscure one no one's ever fucking heard of, if it just fucking works. They are supposed to have a widget so that my chat looks fancy and professional instead of just being a window fucking capture of the pop-out I use to follow the chat myself. But the widget doesn't seem to work for me, and the pop-out capture works, so that's why I do it that way. Who is Verbuck Krupp? Some guy who turned up on YouTube who had a similar username to your original YouTube username, and was discussing German military vehicles with me. And yeah, I sort of had a suspicion that you malicious were doing the thing Among Us does to try and mess with me, where he pretends to be someone new. And now I need to get up again because the cat's confused by... Oh no. The cat figured out the gate. I do need to get in contact with Synchro support and ask about the why the widget's not working for me, because I would prefer the widget. It would look better than having the window on chat. Not on chat, on screen. It's been a big day for me. I got McDonald's that didn't taste like crap. I think I already mentioned that. Yeah, I was so fucking shocked. Okay, malicious. Does the Tiger 1 weigh more than the IS-2 and the M26 Pershing? There's your challenge. I personally don't know off the top of my head because all three tanks are not that interesting to me. I'm very much more of a fan of Cold War military vehicles than World War II military vehicles. Alright, well, so back to the hangar. Well, at least I got adamant. Because 2 is bigger than 1. I got a question for you. What's heavier? A kilogram of steel or a kilogram of feathers? That's right. It's a kilogram of steel. Because steel is heavier than feathers. God, I love Limney's show. He actually streams on Twitch. He's quite entertaining. I don't watch Flesh streamers very often, but I'll make an exception for Limney. Yeah, for some reason the answer isn't popping up, so I will copy-paste that. God, a lot of the chats from Kick are just straight up not popping up. And Verma Krupp is on YouTube, so I will paste his answer onto the YouTube chat. Yeah, that's the joke Among Us. So that's a sketch from Limney's show, which was a Scottish sketch comedy program, making fun of a public television segment, Bumper, that was common in Scotland at the time, where it would have this airy new age music, and then it would ask a very fucking obvious question as if it's educational content, and then tell you the answer. And so the joke was it looked and sounded just like the Bumper segment, and then Limney would answer steel is heavier than feathers. And then there would be a whole section go in the same style where they're trying to convince him that they're both a kilogram. Look, they're the same. They're both a kilogram. Oh, no, but look at the size of that bag of feathers. That's cheating. No, but they're both a kilogram. And he just doesn't get it. And the best part of the sketch is that they're so kind and so understanding to him for him not getting it.
Driver ready. Gunner ready. Loader ready.
I love Limney's show. I used to watch it so much I actually developed a bit of a Scottish tinge to my accent for a while. Well, I had hoped to keep the door intact. Once again, I had hoped to keep the arch intact, but I fucked up. But yeah, malicious Wehrmacht marchers asked the question over on YouTube. As I said, the kick chats just don't seem to pop up. It was the Wehrmacht Crop. His first profile picture was the Bolton Cruise. I think that's how it's pronounced. The identification symbol that Germans put on their tanks in World War II. I think it's Bolton Cruise or something like that. As I said, I'm not that big into World War II armor. I know I'm dressed as a general from World War II, but Matthew Ridgway was also a general in the Korean War, and as stated, I'm more of a Cold War guy. Hello, Aaron. Welcome in, welcome in. I think they use the Bundeswehr version of the Iron Cross now. Which is similar, but not the same. But once again, I'm not that certain. Yes, once again, your names are similar, so they're getting mixed up. And I've mentioned before, I've had a long day. The fun kind of long day, at least.
Thank you very much.
You're never gonna find out. You are never going to find out, Aaron. I very specifically VTube for privacy. I don't even use my real name on the fucking legal on the like YouTube sign up stuff. So even if someone did manage to somehow hack my YouTube profile, they would find out an alias. They would not find out my real name. And the recovery email for my YouTube profile and my Twitch profile also is an alias. Yep, I figured as much, Among Us. Yeah, sorry about that, Aaron, but as stated, I very much chose VTubing for privacy reasons. I don't think Krupp is pretending to be you, malicious. I think we're just trying to figure out the similarities between your names and all that sort of stuff. It wasn't signing people's things. I mentioned, yeah, the big thing was seeing PewDiePie basically get photographed when he was just buying groceries. Not like in a, oh wow, I met PewDiePie, let me go up, talk to him and get a photo with him. Right, just like a random photograph of him returning a shopping cart. And that was like, oh god, I do not want people treating me like that. I do not want that sort of shit. I would very much like to be able to go about my life as a normal human being when stream is over.
Target destroyed.
Well, now I'll say it's about 5 to 10% chance that you are the same person. Like, the thing is, for all I know, every single chatter in chat is one person who's just fucking with me. For all I know, there is one really determined person in the world who has like 12 fucking phones and computers set up in front of him with VPNs and is just fucking with me right now, and I am achieving nothing as a streamer. There's always like a percentage chance, a non-zero percent, that that's what's going on in this world. But I'd say you're probably two different people now. You do have very different typing styles, I'll say that. Yeah, Verbacht Krupp, you do use proper grammar more than Malicious does. Still not like formal college level grammar, but you are using it more often. And yes, we do notice that sort of stuff when we have chatters. That was disappointing, but that's the one of the downsides about the M56. You just evaporate from machine gun fire. Fun vehicle, though. Well, I've just mentioned that how there's a non-zero chance that you're not the same person. There's a non-zero chance that everyone in chat is not the same person. But the more you talk, the lower the chance is getting. The percentage chance will never be zero. Because as I said, for all I know, one person in this world has just randomly decided to watch me on like 20 devices and try to make me think I'm actually succeeding at this. And yeah, because, yeah, for all you know, I could be a dog. For all you know, I could be a golden retriever who learned how to use a computer and is just using a fucking AI voice generation to talk to you. That's the fun of the internet. On the internet, no one knows you're actually a dog. Well, in which case I'd say you've done a better job of making yourself seem like someone else than Among Us has.
We've been hit.
Yeah, you are very obvious among us. I'm not. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. There are times where I've noticed in the first comment, and yet I've played along for like 3 comments just to not upset you that I noticed it instantly. Well, I assumed that was you trying to make yourself seem different. I mean, I will say, at least you didn't just open every conversation by saying Tiger won, like he used to.
Yeah.
Can I be dishonest for once? Oh, yeah, I am brutally honest, I will say that. I'm a very honest person. I'm the kind of person who, when I forget to pay for one item in the grocery store, or, like, if I've got a full cart of groceries, but one item just got missed, I will go back and pay for the item. Yeah, he used to do that, Vermacht Krupp. He used to, he doesn't do it that much anymore, but he used to open literally every single conversation by just saying Tiger won. He talks about other tanks, he just really likes the Tiger 1. Like, there's a reason why I thought he was a full-on Verhebu at one point. I got some hits on him. Let's get you up a bit faster. No, it's just the level of obsession with the Tiger 1 was similar to that of many Verhebus. Like, there are Verhebus who unironically will try to argue that a Tiger 1 will beat an Abrams. There are fucking Verhebus who are that fucking delusional. I guess I'll go cap alpha. Round's kind of over. We're really just waiting for it to end. I didn't do as good as I would have liked, but at least I got a ground target kill this time. After this round, I am going to go BRB for real quick. I do need to go to the loo. Okay, I'm gonna rush whatever that SPAA is. Not really. He's rather honest about what its capabilities. As stated, he just likes it. Ah, someone beat me to the kill. At least I took out his gun. Oh, we really just overkilled that fucker. Yeah, your messages are really being messed around of by Synchra. I'm gonna just quickly refresh for chat, see if that fixes it. It didn't really help that much. Well, he likes it enough to just open every conversation with Tiger 1. Well, backup vehicles. I sure love getting those. I totally get to use them. Yeah, don't worry. As stated, I'm going to hit BRB real quick. I'll be right back. Been added? What's been chatted since I BRB'd? Rafale. Yeah, I would recommend that, Malicious. I have actually been thinking of depreciating Kick as a platform for a while. Because, like, I'm not really growing over there. It's all fucking bots 90% of the time. They're not really adding any of the features I want anytime soon. So it's just like, maybe I want to try using the streaming slot for Kick for a different platform. I'm thinking maybe Rumble, because it would be... There's not many VTubers on Rumble, so I would stand out. I'm most of the VTubers who are on Rumble are explicitly fucking political, so being someone who is explicitly says no to politics is actually going to make me stand out on the platform. And it is a very well built infrastructure behind it. I don't know, it depends on whether Syncra can link into Rumble's chat, because if I can't have a unified chat, I don't want to add the platform to the chat. On the bright side, we have been streaming in 1080p, 60 FPS on a day where my internet is in high demand from everyone else in the house, and it's been stable. So I think I've been unnecessarily streaming in shit quality. I think maybe, at the very least for Warthunder, like I've not noticed any particular increase in my ping or anything. So yeah, Warthunder, it may be possible to stream in 1080. Oh god, it's taking forever. Is there not a single Russian player on right now? To be fair, it's fucking Monday in the South Asia time zone. This is probably one of the quietest days for the game, period. I mean, the lower BRs are doing good, but, yeah, our rank is pretty deserted. I mean, top tier's fucking empty, apparently. So at least we're not at top tier. Bum, bum, bum. Bum. Ba-dum, ba-da-ba-ba-da-lum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. The aborted officer! Yes, Tiger 1. Why the fuck are you being monitored as a possible ban evader and not popping up in the Synchro chat? What the fuck? There you are in the Synchro chat. Yeah, you're not to be monitored. I know who you are. You're malicious over on from Kick. Twitch flagged you as a possible ban evader for monitoring, and like I know who you are. You've been here before. This is a map that is very dependent on the team actually playing it the way it's supposed to be played instead of treating it like any other map. I've had some great rounds when the team actually understood that this is a sniping map. I don't think the team is going to understand that this is actually a sniping map. No, it does not. It just flags you as possible ban evader. I manually unflagged you, so you should be fine now. Oh yeah, there's more team-based maps in this one, but this one is one where it's like really, if you do not understand you are in a sniping situation, you are basically hurting the team. To be fair, it took me a while to figure that out myself, so it's not like it's because it's not super obvious because it looks very different from most typical sniper maps.
Thank you very much. Enemy forces have captured that zone.
But there are fun little rat locations like this. Just straight up being a little troll there. Goodbye, Rattel. I hear that fucker, but I don't see him. Is he coming round or not?
Allied forces have captured that zone.
Damn it, should have fired the main gun. I was trying to just machine gun him.
The enemy's getting closer to victory.
Hello, Red Cat. Let me get up and feed you before you stand in front of my monitor and mess shit up for me.
Thanks. Allied forces have captured a zone. Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Yeah, that makes sense if you're playing Germany. Yeah, that cat's actually just called Red. That is actually his name. So basically, the story behind that name is we had kittens around Christmas time many years ago because they're quite old cats now. We intended to keep 2 and give 2 away, and we never got a phone call. No one called and inquired about the 2 free kittens. So we didn't want to name the 2 we were planning on giving away, so we just referred to them as Tabby and Red because one was a Tabby and the other was Red. Tabby eventually ended up getting a name, but Red was like, we would say Red and Red would turn up. Like, he would respond to being called Red, so we're like, okay, well, I guess that's your name now. So if it's got a certain types of usernames flagged for trolls, if an account's under a certain age, it gets flagged. If it's a message that looks like spam, I think Tiger 1 probably might flag it because it seems a bit of a non sequitur in small. It's really not that good at flagging, in all honesty. I'll say that. It's really not that good at flagging people who are actually a problem. I don't see it flag people that often, and then there's obvious bots. Like, we had a few hours back at the start of stream, a straight up obvious bot wall of one of those scammer growth bots. Oh yeah, I know this super big streamer who can help you grow and become mega huge. Those fucking bots, they are so fucking obvious, and they never get fucking flagged. What? Fucking bullshit. Have fun with that. And I am not gonna push you. I'm going to scout and hope that the T-26 takes him out. Oh, that was close. That was fucking close. That was a fight. I do not mind losing there. That was actually a fight. We were having a proper duel and everything. I probably would have got him if I had actually remembered to make certain that I had heat loaded after the first smoke. Yeah, I usually try to put heavy tanks between me and where I expect the enemy to come from if they're in the sort of vicinity as me. The problem is, as a light tank, I'm usually moving where they aren't able to move yet because they're so slow. So I'm usually moving ahead or slinking into positions they could never get to at all, so that doesn't happen often, but when it is available as a choice, I will do it. Yeah, I do apologize for sort of going silent there during the duel, but I was focusing. I was very much focusing because that was a very precarious situation. As I said, if I had remembered to load heat after the first smoke, I would have won. I would have won. That defeat was entirely my own negligence regarding my reloads. But I put up a hell of a fight.
Another zone captured. We have the advantage. Target
captured point. I was hoping the Pershing would have arrived sooner during that duel as well, but he started hesitating for some reason. Oh, that's disappointing. That depends on the circumstances. Like, if I'm in a thick fight at the front lines, then I definitely want a heavy tank next to me that I can hide behind and use for cover. If I'm pushing a flank, I would rather a light tank near me. Although if I'm pushing a flank, I would actually rather no one near me. Why'd you shoot me in the back? Now I have a hole in my door. It's now a holy door. Priests are gonna try and sanctify it. That joke sounded funnier in my head. This is going to be a bit of a quiet round. We're going to have a bit of a quiet part of the stream for about like another 20 minutes probably. Yeah, part of the reason I stopped for ice cream on the way back home was because I do have some vocal strain at the moment. That's one way to look at it, yes. Yeah, I do have some vocal strain at the moment, so that's why I stopped for ice cream on the way back, so I could, because ice cream soothes the throat. It's starting to flare up again. Number 5, that's not bad. Yeah, I was expecting to be much lower. I was expecting to be around here. Felt like a bad round to me. Outside of that really fun duel with the IS-1. What the hell is it trying to sell me on? Okay, now will you get rid of that alert icon? I fucking hate alert icons. I really, really very much desire just a fucking mark all as red button, so all the notifications I just don't fucking care about go away. It's one of the things that annoys me with my fucking iPhone is that I have to, fucking... is that my old Android had a mark all as red button, so I could just send all the fucking messages away and not have to deal with them. Whereas I have to manually flag every fucking message as having been read with the fucking iPhone. Even when they're just shit I don't care about, like, we emailed you your phone bill! Gee, thanks! I could have just checked my fucking email! Speaking of which, I might as well check my email now. Oh boy, that sounds like a fun fucking job. I'm gonna apply for it though, because it's actually a high likelihood I get it. Yay! I'm gonna apply to be the fucking complaints department for fucking Australian Public Services. I'm gonna sit on a phone all day listening to 70-year-old boomers bitch about things to me that I have no power to do anything about and have no involvement in. Many of which have nothing to do with Australian Public Services because they're actually fucking private companies. But for some reason, fucking 70-year-old boomers think it's the government doing it. Just because the company calls itself the National X Company. Seriously, the amount of fucking people I've met who think the National Australia Bank is owned by the fucking government instead of just being, you know, a fucking bank. I mean, technically I own it. Well, at least part of it. I own shares in the bank. Of all my stock portfolio, that's the shares that do the best, is the fucking banking shares. The boring thing to buy stock in, but holy shit, does it pay off. Not financial advice, by the way. Well, all for Russian players. Is there seriously only one Russian player on right now? Okay, I'm gonna change server to North America. We'll deal with a slightly worse ping. Ah, God, even their player population sucks. Bum ba dum ba dum bum bum ba dum 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 dum. Oh boy, YouTube added another unrequested AI feature that is just absolute garbage. The YouTube Inspirations tab, where they have an AI recommend videos for you to make. How do the historic rifles in Enlisted compare to their real-life counterparts? An accuracy review. That's a video it actually recommended to me. As if I have the thousands of dollars to get all the fucking rifles from Enlisted to fucking do that video. Interesting. Well, we'll see how that pays off. Unfortunately, I can't talk about that on stream. Fun. That's something I would very much love to discuss on stream, but that has to stay private. Now we've got enough people on, but we should get a fucking match, but no, it just shoved all the fucking Soviet mains into some match and kept us out. Monday is not a fun day to play Warthunder. Yeah, there's a reason I picked Wednesday, believe it or not. Wednesday's actually one of Warthunder's better days for player counts, believe it or not. It seems weird, it's like smack bang in the middle of the week, but apparently the Warthunder Wednesday alliteration is not just something I do. Like, I've seen other streamers and other VTubers use that alliteration for their streams. Welcome back, Cheese. Would you like to join squad? We're happy to let you in. Let's get you in. Where are ya? Like, we're just sitting around in a fucking menu anyway. Might as well get you in. Not right now? Okay. Back to the waiting game. We are waiting. We are waiting. Yeah, I'd highly recommend it. It's gonna be a while. Unfortunately, Gaijin's programming genius prevents me from waiting for both North America and South Asia at the same time. I can add EU or CIS to this waiting list, but not fucking North America, but not South Asia. The second I add South Asia to it, everything else gets kicked out of the fucking waiting list. Brilliant programming, Gaijin. Yeah. I very much am glad I'm not in your room, Ben. I do not like the cold with my joint issues. My room is very much positioned to be the second warmest in the house. The warmest being my mum's bedroom, and she has even worse versions of my joint issues. Frozen Pass, it can be fun. I'm gonna go to the Charlie for a change. I usually go for Alpha. Mostly because you can get some fun hold down fights from that position under my mouse cursor. If you can push very well at Alpha from the south. But at this BR, I almost never get those, so... I think F-15's still in the bathroom. Ah, there we go. Now he's moving. Does it now? It's Okay, let me just check the settings on OBS. Okay, I'm gonna change the bit rate. See if that helps stabilize it for you, because it's because YouTube's been giving me a bitrate warning this whole time, and my bitrate's really low for Kick. And as I said, I'm thinking of depreciating Kick as a platform anyway. So let's bump up that bitrate. Yeah, now I'm not getting a bitrate warning on YouTube. Let's have a look at how it is on Twitch. It's still stable on Twitch. Okay. And Kick can get fucked. Righty, I guess we're pushing down to Alpha? Yeah, so is the stream doing better for you now, Cheese? Because it says it's doing better on my laptop. That's one of the issues with my multi-streaming is each platform likes a different bitrate. Caster, the service I use for my multi-streaming, can send multiple bit rates out, and but that's a more premium feature. I'm not fucking paying that much money, the amount they want for that feature. Ooh, that was close. If he had just started blasting, he would have got me. You need to not worry about lining up a perfect shot with that machine gun. It just fucking shredded me. And I'm dead. But hey, I got a hell of a good heavy tank kill. I seem to believe, based on your method of play, Cheese, that you have no fucking plan. Like, only marginally less than me. Yep, that's bang on, wasn't I? Like, I very much don't directly plan. I just sort of look at a map and go, oh, I guess I'm gonna go do this. I used to try being like a super planner in video games. Back when I was playing Project Reality a lot, awesome game if you haven't played it. If you're not unfamiliar with it, it's basically squad before squad. I used to try be a squad leader a lot in that game. And basically I tried doing like lots of special cheeky breaky special forces shit, like, oh, we're gonna be the flankers, we're gonna go deep behind enemy lines, we're gonna be force recon. It always went like a fucking disaster. And then whenever I just named my squad Kitten and just said, yeah, you all just joined a squad called Kitten, we're not doing anything serious, we're just gonna vaguely head towards the capture point and try to do our best, we ended up being fucking top squad every time I did that. Every time I tried being serious, we just fucking sucked. So it was like, okay, I guess fuck being serious. Let's just, I'm just gonna lean back and trust that my squad mates know what the fuck they're doing. Absolutely, we'll get you in next round.
Attention to the devastating grid square.
God.
A little more effort and victory. Attention to the map.
This work. Okay, we'll try this again. There's a ricochet. He machine gunned me, but I fucked his foot gun. Yeah, I don't know why I kept calling my fucking squad Kitten. I just did. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking with it. I was trying to be funny, I guess. But yeah, 9 times out of 10, if we wanted to be top squad, we would just vaguely head towards the point and it'll be like, well, we got a bunch of longies. You want to build a mortar fob? Yeah, sure, why not? And then we'd just casually build a mortar fob. We ever tried to do anything like serious planning, it was a disaster. We just sort of casually were like, I guess we're gonna put an ATGM down here and try to camp this area for enemy armor. We did well. The only time I had a plan that ever fucking worked reliably in Project Reality was my just get on the fucking T buildings plan for Mutra City. There were 2 T buildings, which were enterable buildings that you could fight from in the center of the map. If you controlled those T buildings at the start of the match, you won the match. So that was the one map where I still had a formal plan, which was get on the fucking T buildings, get on the fucking T buildings, get on the fucking T buildings. Have fun with that. I'm leaving. Oh. Yeah, I've had cats had a bunch of kittens too. It's fun. We've currently got a bunch of kittens here. We've got 4 feral kittens that we've adopted. I've mentioned it a few times. They're at a point where they do like us, but they haven't realized they like us. Like, when we reach out to try and touch them, they'll still hiss and whack us, but they don't use claws anymore. They bat us like they're batting a toy. Yeah, don't worry, I haven't forgotten.
Artillery strike incoming.
Well, that's good. Just... Oh my god, that's even more disappointing than dying. I would have rather dying then to that bomb. Please put me out of my misery, artillery. Thank you! I do like cats. Sadly, they're, if your household isn't properly set up for them, you probably shouldn't have them. Hey! Spawn invulnerability worked for me for a change. What should never work for me again? It worked for me on stream this one time, so I can never again say, spawn invulnerability never works for me, it works for everyone else. Now I can't say that with 100% honesty.
Thank you very much.
This particular one is chromed out, because you know that's how I roll. I roll hard, chrome to the dome.
Yeah, I really need to get on setting that up to remove my hair. I'm waiting for the second costume to be finished before I do that, because I'm gonna have to do it for both models, so I might as well wait till I'm learning to do it till I have both models and I can do it on the same day. Yeah, I've been told by my model artists that I can do it myself pretty easily. Hey, best squad! Yeah, I'm not gonna have like a fancy animation, it's just gonna vanish. If I had wanted a fancy animation, I would have needed to ask him when he made the model. He could do an update to this model to add the fancy animation, and that might happen when the model gets updated with the new hat pin. So that little
I told you we should have bought more than 3 bullets.
yeah. So that little circle logo underneath my new channel logo is gonna be put on my hat, because too many artists I work with seem to think the US Airborne pin is my channel identity, my channel logo, whatever. And it's starting to become a problem with the amount of art I get that I can't use because of it, or can't use the way I want. So when I ordered the new channel logo, I specifically asked for that logo to be made. I'm not too fussed on it including the Taoist dualism symbol, the yin yang. I know why they've included that based on what I supplied them to come up with the design, because it was a Schem style commission. And there's a reason I didn't tap them and say, could you change that? But at the same time, fucking spoilers. All right, let's get socks in. I'm gonna BRB while we wait for the match. By the way, since it is probably gonna take a while to get a match anyway. So I'm gonna hit the BRB screen, but I'm gonna hit ready while I do so.
This is a banana. It's not that great because it's not a gun.
And I'm back. What's the easiest for you to pronounce it for Twitch name? I'm struggling to pass that sentence. If you mean what's the easiest Twitch name for me to pronounce, I mean, I guess if someone was called that would be easy. Just or E or just a vowel, basically. All right, I think I'm gonna go fight at the at the prisoner camp this time. Normally I fight over in between A and B because that's where the battle is actually fucking won. But screw winning the battle, I want to have fun. I do like the Panzer IV a lot. I only pick the Panther over the Panzer IV because I'm thinking of German tanks post World War II, how they would perform afterwards. If it was in World War II itself, I would probably want the Panzer IV over the Panther. The later models of Panzer IV. And thank you for the posture check. Yeah, I'd want the Panzer IV over the Panther just because there were more of them, so it's easier for logistics, like with spare parts and shit. There's a new tank game coming soon that's in early access at the moment that makes Gunner Heat PC look like fucking World of Tanks in its realism, and it's all about operating a Panzer IV. I might stream that sometime. The issue is it requires multi-crew. It's entirely a multi-crew game, so I need to organize other players to work with. That could be fun. I'm not that big on World War II tanks and not that big on German ones in particular. But having a tank simulator that simulates every fucking latch, every fucking door, even the proper transmission settings. So, like, it has the manual gearbox. You have to fucking change the gears properly. That could be that could be a fun stream. That could be a very fun stream. I have fun when I'm having fun. Like, yeah, winning can be fun. But at the same time, if it's like a curb stomp and, like, no challenge is happening, it's kind of boring. Like, fist fighting a toddler is not as fun as fist fighting a fellow boxer. Oh yeah, I just let slip, but I do occasionally box. Yeah, I do a lot of martial arts. Not that much since the joint issues, but I've done a lot of martial arts. I don't know. There's some pretty mean and vicious toddlers out there. Don't you know Hat McCulloch killed that baby in self-defense? I wonder if anyone is old enough to remember, in the chat, is old enough to remember the episode of South Park I just fucking referenced. Free hat! Free hat! Free hat! I need to go fix my door real quick. I forgot to close the door. I miss old South Park. I miss when South Park was mostly kids doing kid things that escalated to absurdity rather than fucking weed farm and geopolitics of the week. Not that new South Park isn't fun or enjoyable, although I haven't enjoyed the current season because it's just one joke repeated over and over and over again, and it isn't even a funny joke, and it's a joke hundreds and hundreds of other fucking shows are making as well. It's just like, my guys, like, please, can we joke about someone else? Other things are going on in the world than what's going on in the White House. But I digress, that's getting a little too close to politics. But yeah, I miss the old South Park episodes. Like, my favorite South Park episode is the one with Russell Crowe in it. Partially because I have met Russell Crowe, so I know what he's actually like, and he actually likes that episode, believe it or not. But also because it's literally just the emblematic South Park episode, middle South Park episode for me. The kids want to do something very simple. They want to watch the trailer for the movie they're excited for. And just everything in the world gets in the way of it to the point of fucking absurdity. T-34, you stole that BTRZD's kill. That was actual fucking kill stealing there. Yes, it is. That's one of the reasons super heavy tanks disappeared. I also love the fucking technological commentary from the Russell Crowe episode of South Park about televisions at the time. You'd buy a big flash fancy TV at the time and they were just packed full of every feature they could ever possibly imagine a TV having, to the detriment of the fucking television because you had no idea what the fuck you were doing when you were trying to change basic shit. I have no idea what I'm doing. Clock, time zone, HDR, HEP, HEM. Human eradication mode activated. What a dumb fucking... It's such a dumb joke, but it's so on point. Probably, but I tried to push point instead and got into a fight with another SPAA where the kill of the other SPAA got stolen by a tank at the last minute. Like, I was gonna die, man. Like, I fucked up. The other SPAA got his gun up on target against me before I got my target on him. He was gonna shred me then. But then the T-44 literally, after the first round of the volley that was going to kill me, hit me, the T-44 hit me. Captain Nuki, welcome in, Raiders! Thank you so much for the raid. I'm General Chat, Supreme Commander of the Chat Army, here to lead the international war on boredom, and one day come up with a better intro for myself. Yes, that's a permanent part of my intro. Yes, the part of my intro where I explain that's a permanent part of my intro is also a permanent part of my intro. Welcome in, We are currently spectating F-15 in chat, who is still alive, because I am dead. It's been going well. We've had good games, we've had bad games, but we haven't had awful games, and that's the best part. And thank you very much for listening to Chat Army, Omega to Red. Welcome in, Private. Yes, I do call my community my privates. Yes, that does sometimes result in sex jokes. And by the way, that offer on the top of the screen is open to all you raiders as well. We only have one slot in squad at the moment, though, so if multiple people put their hand up, we will need to use the Wheel of Names. But don't feel like you're being pressured to join in. It's just an open offer. It makes the grind a lot more palatable. So, since most of you are also new here, I'll explain the grind again. This is kind of annoying for my regulars, they hear it all the time. I am doing a free-to-play grind challenge on the US tree. Not only am I not allowed to use any pay-to-win features like Golden Eagles or Premium Time, I am also not allowed to use any of the premium features that are given for free. So I cannot use research boosters, I cannot use backups, I cannot use universal backups. I am not allowed to use anything that speeds up this grind. I cannot use my event vehicles, I cannot use my free premium vehicle, I can't use squadron vehicles. It is fucking torture.
Attention to the map! Attention to the map!
Oh, that's fantastic. I would rather have mostly okay games than like 2 absolutely awful matches. You did miss an incredible duel I had against an IS-1 when I was in a N56 at like CQB, and I lost the duel because I forgot to switch back to heat, but I was a hair's breadth away from beating a fucking IS-1 in a CQB duel. In a vehicle that he could have just machine gunned. He tried to turn a corner to get me. I tracked him with the heat and then had the smart idea to switch to my smoke and drop smoke in front of him so he couldn't see me maneuvering as he got his track back up. Unfortunately, after dropping the smoke, I forgot to reload heat again, so I had to try and continue the smoke screen. Didn't work out well. Yeah, chat is just sometimes weird, especially on the Syncra chat. I would highly recommend against that, boredom officer, but I will say, if you manage to make it work, good on you. I have a alternate account I use for watching Twitch streams when I don't want to use my streaming account for whatever reason. There's a bunch of reasons for that. And everyone laughs at it because I found a clever way to get around the censorship of vulgar names. Alright, well, Among Us, do you want to pop in? And anyone else, yeah, Top Gun Maverick, that was a fucking good one. Oh, God, that is a peak fucking name. He hasn't turned up again, sadly, which is a shame, because... it's a fucking shame, because it's a really fucking good name. I would love to see him in chat again, just for that name. So we're going to hang out in Hangar for a bit to give anyone who wants to put their hand up a chance to put their hand up. 30 minutes? Okay, no problem. We'll still hang around a little bit longer. It also gives me some chance to catch up on some stuff I am looking at regarding my email and analytics and such. Because yes, I do check my fucking stream analytics live. I am that fucking analytic brained. When did they add a podcast section for separate podcasts, separate from your live and YouTube? God, when did they do that? Yeah, it's not that surprising if it's a later model Panzer IV. The Alf's H Panzer IV, where is it? And Alf's J both have fucking long 75s. that was funny. That is probably the best fucking emergent moment we're ever going to get from me checking my email and analytics and shit midstream. So for anyone who wasn't here for the last stream, I got an offer of sponsorship from a fucking sex toy company to review a vibrator on Fansly. I don't even have a Fansly. I've gotten some... I get sponsorship offers quite regularly. I just don't take them because I don't get things I'm willing to fucking take sponsorships for that often. Like, it's mostly, like, fucking, shitty, mobile games, video game gambling sites, shady key resellers, and, a shitty knockoff of Fume that looks even more carcinogenic than Fume. But yeah, the sex toy company, that was a new one. I could not keep a straight face. It was like a 10-minute laughing fit over that. All right, we'll go back to the grind now. But yeah, the Log 75's a decent fucking gun. Even for after World War II. I've done a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship via GrabTap. I did that one because I thought the meme of being sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends was worth it for the joke. And that stream was actually surprisingly fun. Like, Raid Shadow Legends itself, the game, was boring as shit, but we spent a large portion of the stream watching the Raid Shadow Legends animated YouTube show while we had the game in the corner. It was surprisingly good. Like, it wasn't high art. I'm not going to be like, oh my god, you should all go watch it and check it out and become Raid Shadow Legends fans. But, like, someone actually put their heart and soul into that. An attempt was made at a good quality product. Like, if they handed it over to a proper creative lead and gave them some more freedom, there may have been a good show there. Whoever did the fight choreography for it was fucking... Like, whoever did the fight choreography for the Raid Shadow Legends YouTube show, they need to get hired by a better animation studio because holy shit was it good fight choreography. It wasn't like Monty Ohm level, but compared to some of the 3D animation fight choreography I've seen in like professional level 3D animation, by Hollywood level, yeah, like just fucking oath. That person needs to be hired. Did really only one person spawn down at the town? To be fair, I probably should have spawned down at the town because I like the town. Thank you very much for listening via chat army private MFK04. Yes, I do call my community by privates. Yes, that does result in sex jokes. Oof. I might be a little quieter for the rest of this round because I mentioned earlier this stream I am suffering from vocal strain today, and it's hitting me quite hard at the moment. So I'm gonna quieten down for a bit to rest my voice. I wish I bought more ice cream at the creamery than a single bowl, but they only sold tubs with you pre-ordered the day before because their tubs were made to order. I did not think of that. I did not think of the fact that I was passing my favorite creamery. welcome into the... thank you very much for enlisting in the chat army, Private World Annihilator. Welcome in, welcome in. Yes, I do call my community by privates. Yes, that does result in sex jokes. And thank you very much for biddies, MFKO4. Thank you very much. And for all the raiders here, I do have a donathon coming up in 2 weeks. I still haven't fully figured out exactly what we're doing for the donathon. I will be working on that during my break days this week. But yeah, my 1 year anniversary of streaming will be the first week of May, and so I'm celebrating with a donathon and a reveal of my second costume.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Because there's nothing up there. It's a very boring part of the map to fight over, F-15, and the capture point is down in the center, so why would you go up there?
Attention to the designated...
The town is at least fun to fight in, so there's some reason to go to the town. I'm gonna take my SPAA into the town. Yes, I will just call you MFK from now on. Thank you for clarifying. And just a heads up, if there's ever a name or a way you would prefer your name to be pronounced or called, just give me a heads up. Oh, I did myself the hiccups. Just give me a heads up. I'm always happy to talk about it. Is there a knockoff movie? Dear God, there are so many fucking Top Gun knockoffs. Even before Maverick, there were dozens of Top Gun knockoffs. Thank you very much for enlisting in the chat army, Private World Peace Bringer Mark. Welcome in, Private. Yes, I do call my communities by privates. Yes, that does result in sex jokes. I might drop that second half of the welcome message for the next hour because the vocal strain, and I'm probably going to get a few more people trickling in who are lurking and only just realize that they've raided and then decided that they do like me. Here on National Warthunder Aerographic, we have a wild Tootle. Well, technically you have a wild T-95. There is a separate British tank called the Turtle, which is basically the British equivalent of the T-95. Low gun John Wick. But no, I know there's an Indian knockoff from Bollywood that features some hilarious CGI where the hero plane is the J-Just. That was way more fun than it had any right to be. I will give you a warning. Oh, thank you very much for enlisting in the chat army, John 2nd and 3rd. Welcome in, Private. Yeah, one thing I will warn you of, never call Area 88 a Top Gun knockoff in my presence, because Top Gun was in the 1980s and Area 88 was in the 1970s. So, if anything, Area 88 came first. And if you're unfamiliar with Area 88, it's a Japanese manga about mercenary fighter pilots. It has 2 anime adaptations, very good OVA and a kind of alright television series. The OVA is from the 80s, the television series is from 2004. We actually did the 80s OVA as our first watch-along in the Discord server when we did watch-alongs. Which reminds me, I need to I'll find something to have a watch-along this Thursday. So we do watch-alongs in my Discord server. If you want to join, Discord server is !Discord to get the link. We do them every Thursday at 8 PM. We don't have that many people turn up, but we still do them anyway, because if we don't do them, then they don't happen. I don't know what we'll be watching this Thursday, because I haven't had the time to pick something out, but I'll pick something out. Some of the things we've watched include Area 88, Leech's Army Mellowlink, Gunsmith Cats, the Missing in Action trilogy starring Chuck Norris. No, it can't. It can ford a river, okay, but it can't swim. Bottom melee map. Yeah, I think that is Maverick in Russian. In Cyrillic, not Russian. Because Russian would actually translate the word. It wouldn't just be swapping the characters out. I know some Cyrillic. Not enough to get by, but enough that I can sometimes recognize when people have just used the word, English word in Cyrillic letters. What's the opposite of Maverick? It's hard to say an opposite of Maverick in a single word. Like, I could describe a concept, but not a single word. Well, thank you for enlisting in the chat army, Private Nutgooner. That's a good one. That's a good fucking name, Private. It's a Soma, not an AMX 30. It's still a fun one. It's still a fun one. Because technically neither of those words are vulgar, even though they're used in vulgar ways. It's still a fun way of getting around it. But yeah, like the closest I can come up with a single word opposite for Maverick is Javert. Is Javert. And that's not a word, that's a fucking cultural reference to French literature. Because a Maverick is someone who doesn't play by the rules, who does things their own way. Whereas Javert is a character from Victor Hugo's Les Miserables, who is like the ultimate, you follow the rules to the letter of the rules. Any deviation from the rules is evil, like type shit of to a point of obsession. Admittedly, Javert is kind of on my head at the moment because I am rereading Les Miserables. Hello, world print. But yeah, obedient! Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good opposite for Maverick. That's actually a much better one. Take someone who's ESL to use English properly. Yeah, I've been rereading Les Mis because I'm making a few cultural references to it in a script I'm writing for an upcoming YouTube video, and I want to basically double check my references before I put them in. It's actually specifically Javert I was referencing in the script, so he's very much on mind. Javert's thing is, big thing in his plotline is the entirety of Paris is basically burning down in the fires of revolution, and Javert spends his fucking days fucking pursuing a guy who stole a loaf of bread 5 years ago as a law enforcement officer, instead of, you know, trying to maintain control in the literal hellfire and riots of the French Revolution. His priority is, this guy stole bread to feed himself. Literally more than a decade ago. He must pay. For he's a criminal. No, Sir Jonathan, welcome, welcome. I did not bring my heli because I do not have anything else at 8.0. As fun as it was to be always dragged at 8.0 and not have the fear of an up tier in my head, it still is not preferable to go that high. So basically what we're doing at the moment with the grind is we're grinding out the rank 1 vehicles while I build up a stockpile of Silver Lions, since I'm so low on SL. And once we've got all the rank 1 vehicles unlocked, we will unlock the Sheridan. When we have the Sheridan, I'll put the helicopter and the Sheridan into my lineup. Because then I'll have at least one 8.0 vehicle. Although the Sheridan without the fucking Shillelagh is not really capable of performing at 8.0. Which pisses me off, because you have to unlock the Shillelagh. So there's a long, unpleasant grind until you get that fucking missile. Oh, but the heat round technically has more pen than the Shillelagh. Yeah, and it's so fucking low velocity, you might as well be throwing the fucking projectile at them instead of shooting it. Like, it would probably move... I could probably throw the fucking, M51 Sheridan's heat at round at the enemy faster than the gun fires it at them. It is so fucking low velocity. Oh, Sweden's a fun tree. I was so tempted to use Sweden for the grind challenge, but the thing with the Swedish tree is you play to the Swedish tree. You play to its style or you do not have fun. And there are times where I want to go off the beaten path and do a different style of play. Great tree, hyper-specific. No problem, Among Us. And we'll get you in right away. Yeah, when I set up my grind challenge, I literally looked at every single tree in the game and made a decision based on it. So, Soviets were turned down because why it would be fun, because I used to be a Soviet main. It was just, I have the most experience with the Soviet tree, so I figured it would be better to have content that was a bit more new to me. Italy was the second, was the runner-up, and lost out to the US. So I'll say why I picked the US first. I picked the US because the US was the tech tree I had the least experience in Warthunder. I've played the US less than any other tree, because the US vehicles are all solid, but I find them a bit boring compared to a lot of other vehicles, even though the M41 Walker Bulldog is my favorite tank. The M41 in the other trees is more fun than the American M41. China was turned down because it's a bit bipolar with its mix of American and Soviet vehicles. Fun tree for all that situation, but I would rather a bit more cohesive design. France was turned down because the BR jumps were too substantial. Israel was turned down because I have to unlock Israel because Gaijin refuses to fill out a bunch of rank 1, 2, and 3 vehicles for the Israeli tree, even though it's entirely possible. And there's a lot of very interesting vehicles they could do that would be completely unique to the Israeli tree. If you join my Discord server and look in the general chat, about 2 months ago, we had a big discussion over this. We found a fan-made Israel tech tree that is probably the best-made fan tech tree for Warthunder. And it was all built around, let's fill out the bottom end of the Israel tech tree to turn it into a full tech tree. And there were so many unique and interesting vehicles down there they came up with. God, I'm actually going to bring that up. Where is it? Gotta scroll through the wall of Skeb artists I've bookmarked. Not copy-paste central. If you're talking about the China tree, it is pretty copy-paste, but it's an interesting choice of what you got. Yeah, the German tree I turned down because I just don't really like the fucking World War II German vehicles that much. I appreciate them for what they are, but yeah. No problem. I'm actually going to BRB real quick, so I will be right back because I sculled my last water bottle. I need to go to the loo. Hello and welcome into the M Road. Sorry you had to catch me as I was on a BRB. And sorry that BRB took longer than expected. I had to attend to the kittens. So for those of you who are new here and aren't aware, I presently have a bunch of feral kittens that we've adopted and are trying to rehabilitate. One of them was fussing and needed to be attended to. And thank you very much for leaving a like and EAM Road. That's right, everyone on YouTube. Remember to like, favorite, comment, and subscribe. And get your girlfriend a lower back tattoo of the General Chat logo. Sweden is a fun tree, EAM Road. I wouldn't have recommended it for you as a beginner. It is probably the fastest tree to rank up if you want to get to top tier, if you want to grind. But it's a tree where you have to play to the way that those vehicles want you to play. Other trees let you be a lot more versatile with what you do. Sweden, very much, Sweden is very much my way or the highway with how you play those vehicles. Oh, very cool story. Okay. Oh, you've unlocked the, T-34, sweet. I am not going to try and pronounce the Swedish words there. But hey, it's interesting to know that there's a big rock with some blueberries. Blueberry Hill. We used to have a blueberry bush in, not blueberry, blackberry bush on my farm. Fucking hated it. It went everywhere. It was very 40 and it went everywhere. It literally took the fucking 2020 Australian bushfires to fucking kill that fucking blackberry. And we had been trying to kill it for years. Annoyingly, while the blackberry was killed by the fucking fires, the rose bush that was even more of a problem fucking wasn't. No, there's 2 Swedish words in there. It's alright, we all make silly mistakes like that. Should have taken the M56, not the T92. Oh god, I'm lucky he did not fucking hit me.
The engine is burning!
Well, I got his tracks. If he just pushes up. Of course he doesn't fucking push up in time. I think I'm gonna try and sneak up in the park this time. It'd be dangerous to get in the park with those traces I just saw, but nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Attention to the rear.
Oh, I'll just use sock for cover. Okay, there goes that plan. Well, the park wasn't a good idea. And that puts me down to my SPAA. Oh well. Fuck it. I have feet up. No. Can I get a target on him? No, there's the fucking buildings in the way. I like this map. I don't like this layout. It really does need to have a point of the over at Delta 3 to spread everyone out. I got a kill assist, so at least got some SP. Oh. You're no fun, AMX-90. At least I can spawn in the tank now. Yeah, this map really turns into a slog if you don't have something to spread, if you don't have the points set up to spread everyone out. And I say this as a map, someone who really likes this map. And likes the urban combat that they're trying to push with this layout. It really needs to have a point over at Delta 3. And welcome back, Hellogi! Brilliant. Bullshit! There we go. Bullshit, that didn't kill the fucking ammo rack in the first go. You know, my streams aren't as chill as they used to be. I will say that. I used to describe my streams as chill, and I don't really think that's that much of the... At least the Warthunder streams aren't really that chill anymore. Not when they've had that many bullshit moments with the fucking ammo rack on the damn Tiger 2s. Sorry, sir. Did I get a shower off? I don't think so. And I'm out of SP. So we're gonna watch Sock now. Oh god, he's screwed. You are screwed. Unless the enemy is fucking stupid, you are in very bad situation. Yep, that was what I was expecting. Yes, I do occasionally speak German. I have German family members. They taught me German when I was young. I remember very little of it, but the few bits I remember, I very much like. Scheisse is just way more fun to say than shit. Alright, back to Hagar. So Blair wants to join. And I believe Among Us also wanted to join. And that makes a full squad. I don't think anyone else put their hand up before Blair and Among Us. Oh, we can wait and hang it for about 5 minutes. So if someone else puts their hand up before you get here, I will give the spot to them for at least that for at least the first round. Hello there again, F15. We probably have a full squad. No, it's nothing like that Among Us. I just like the way Scheisse rolls off the tongue. Bum bum. Yep. We should have at least 2 more rounds tonight. Yeah, I've already sent the invite, so you should be able to join in once you boot it up Among Us. Yeah, so hopefully there's time to get anyone else in who wants to get in before the end of stream, but we are very rapidly approaching the end time. We are 4 hours in. I very much do want to stick to the 5-hour mark today. I don't want to drag on to 6 because, well, I do need to try to get to sleep so I don't completely fuck my sleep schedule with the 3-hour nap I had this afternoon before stream start. I didn't expect it to be half an hour. I was just going to lie down for 10 minutes to let my freaking bad hip right itself after it got fucked over by the poor quality of the roads on the last leg home. And then I woke up and it was like, oh shit, it's animal feed time. And I also need to stream in like 20 minutes. Don't know the exact fucking CPU I have. I know it's a previous socket AMD Ryzen, and it's one of the more budget models. I've actually been thinking of buying the new old stock of the more premium model from this socket to give myself a cheap boost in performance. I have a 3080 10 gig, so it's the launch model of the 3080. I actually got it at MSRP at launch. I have 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM. I don't know the exact motherboard I have because I had to have it replaced earlier, not earlier this year, mid last year. And because we needed to not have to replace the CPU because I couldn't afford to also replace the CPU at the time. We bought whatever was on the market that would accept the old AM4 socket. Yeah, AM4. Yeah, that one socket, AMD socket, that ended up being short-lived. Yeah, this will work. This will work. 2 majors and a minor is fine, so long as a lot of German mains are on. It's when you have all 3 majors that you end up with, like, endless fucking queuing. Because it takes so long to pull together a match where the 3 majors are fighting against only minors. I actually have it listed as one of my community stream ideas to have a custom match where we just specifically say, okay, we're going to have a team of consisting of the 3 majors versus all the minors, just to see what that would be like. But yeah, my computer was built with the back in 2020 with the eye of it being basically shipper Theseus into being really top tier. So we got the 3080 because that was the most expensive part, and so that was the part we spent all the money budget on. We got a decent motherboard at the time, which sadly got destroyed when the liquid cooler for the CPU cracked, which is why I had to replace the motherboard. Thankfully, only the motherboard and the CPU cooler had to be replaced when that happened. At the time when it was built, we only had 16 gigs of RAM. So it was, and the idea was that I would slowly add everything else I want to it. So I'd eventually replace the CPU, because we thought, we went with AMD for the CPU, even though Intel was a better price offering at the time, because AMD sockets tend to last like 10 years. Well, this was the one fucking socket generation that didn't it? So that bit me in the ass. But yeah, the idea was that I would, like, a couple of years later, buy a new CPU, and then I would buy new RAM. New RAM was actually what caused the fucking CPU cooler to crack. It cracked on the way home from getting the new RAM installed when I finally did that. Back then, I was had an eye towards paying off an entirely new computer. Unfortunately, the cost of living meant that never happened. So I was getting the new RAM put into this computer just so this computer could turn into a DaVinci Resolve machine to run DaVinci Resolve better. Yeah, because the idea was I was going to do a 2-stream PC stream setup with a brand new PC to play the games, and this PC sending out the stream. Instead, what's going to happen is we're going to have this PC run the games, and my brother's old PC, which is almost identical to this PC, except it still has the original motherboard and cooler, and it has a 3070 instead of a 3080. It's going to run via stream. It's not an X3D. X3D wasn't really a thing back then. It was like, it was the cheapest AM4 CPU that was still viable as a gaming CPU. Like, we had a total budget of $3,000 to build the PC, and the fucking GPU was $1,800 at MSRP. And the only reason I got MSRP is because I'm friends with the guy who owns the computer shop, and he was willing to order $20,000 worth of stock from a new supplier he had never worked with before, to get the allocation for the 3080, because they were that in demand at launch. He still has some of that fucking stock in his shop. It's been 6 years. Thankfully, that actually came in handy a few weeks ago when the fucking Ethernet cable connecting my router to the network equipment died on me, and I had to rush into his computer shop to buy new fucking Ethernet cable at like 5 minutes before close. Or else our whole family would have been without internet for the whole night. And sure enough, the Ethernet cable I bought was part of that 20 grand of stock he bought. No, because that would require replacing the motherboard, and I don't want to replace the motherboard. As stated, there's still plenty of new old stock AM4 CPUs around. Any middle market or upper market AM4 CPU I could pick up for like $300 and will be a market upgrade on this computer. So I'm not moving on to AM5. The new PC was going to be AM5 because it was going to be a brand new PC. With everything was going to be brand new except for GPU. I was going to reuse my 3080 because I'm happy with my 3080 for playing games. It's when I have to play games and run VTube Studio and OBS at the same time that it starts to struggle. With the 2 PC setup, that wasn't going to be an issue. I have an old AMD 9... I forget what it is. It's an old AMD GPU that's that's the PC version of what the PS4 Pro used. I have one of those just kicking about my fucking closet. I thought I was going to shove in the second PC to run all the OBS and VTube Studio stuff. Because I just had it. Yeah, so that would have been shoved into this PC, which is actually where it was before, because when we got this PC, when this PC was built, we were still struggling to get the allocation for the 3080, and I found a good deal on the AMD GPU on Amazon, so I'd ordered it to just shove it into the PC, so it had a GPU till we got the 3080. Because my friend who owns the computer shop, he was determined to get me a fucking 3080 at MSRP. Because this was just after my period of homelessness, and he knew why I was homeless. He had also gone through... I'm just going to say why I was homeless. The 2020 bushfires, my house burned down. His house had also been affected by the bushfires. It hadn't burnt down entirely. Only one room had burnt down, but he had a period of legal homelessness where he wasn't allowed to occupy his own house till engineers had been in and confirmed the room that got hit by the fire wasn't compromising the entire structure of the house. So he knew what I was going through. So he was determined to get me as good a gaming PC as we could with that $3,000. And when we discussed the whole pathway to upgrade idea, where I would upgrade it at the time, because I had a decent job then. So we discussed the whole idea of just dumping all the money into the motherboard and the GPU, and then just upgrading everything else as funds allowed. And the only upgrades I ever got round to before the RAM for streaming was the SSDs. Just because I never really had that many complaints with its performance. Like, it ran Cyberpunk 2077 maxed the fuck out, even with this shitty fucking CPU. One time you went to oh god, I would love to go to Estonia. It's a beautiful fucking country. Very cold though. Actually almost ended up with an Estonian made house when we were looking into getting a new house built to finally have permanent residency after the fires again. One of the companies I looked at who built the houses was actually importing kit homes from Estonia. So I almost ended up with an Estonian living in an Estonian log cabin in the middle of Australia. Yeah, food on European cruises tends to be pretty peak, but the cruises themselves tend to be pretty mediocre if you're from Europe and are used to a European landscape. Like, for me, going on a cruise in the Baltic, I would be going, wow, look at this beautiful coastline. Oh my god, that's a real iceberg. Meanwhile, yeah, that's, in other news, water is wet. But yeah, but for like, if you're from Scandinavia or the Baltic, it's just like, oh wow, the coast. I see it all the time. Because I hate the T95. I fucking hate the thing. That's why it's so Jonathan. It is everything I dislike in a vehicle in War Thunder. It is a slow, heavy, large, case-mated vehicle with a long reload time that's most adept at sniping. God, where are all the German players? No, I have ideas for my next April Fools already. Whether or how I implement those ideas depends on various circumstances, but, I wouldn't call Estonia trash. It's very run down because it's a post-Soviet state, so... Oh, finally. But, I wouldn't call it trash. Fuck, what's it called? There's a city on Sarima that I'm very familiar with because I've played so many war games that take place in that fucking city because it's, Sarima is home to the closest NATO airbase to, Russia. So it's a popular map in various military games as a result. And I actually know my way around that city in Estonia despite having never been. Like, I can give walking tours of that fucking city because I've fucking fought on those streets so many times. Yeah, I'm not going to spoil what I do with the next April Fool's stream. And it's all subject to change. Yeah, I might make that blue model a redeem of some kind because I did spend $18 on it and it is very well rigged. So, like, I am way more expressive with that blue model than I am with this model because it's just better rigged. So it is kind of fun to use. But, like, I got my usage out of the blue model. I've done what I wanted to do with it. It's just, like, I did spend the $18 on it. It is there. It could be fun to do something with it in the future. But I won't do, like, a full stream with it ever again. You don't have to worry about that. Oh, that's embarrassing. This is a down tier, at least.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
But yeah, no, what I intend for next April Fools is probably something I turned down for this April Fools, just because I had a dozen April Fools ideas. And I turned some down just because it was not logistically feasible in the amount of time I had. Like the World of Tanks one, where I was going to stream World of Tanks in the War Thunder category and pretend I was streaming War Thunder and just never actually acknowledge it. That one was turned down because it was just too logistically impractical to get it ready in time. Thought I had already set my tank to repair.
What's on the strike? Coordinates! Hot strike! 4! Destroy!
It's nice getting a down tier from time to time, especially when you're in the 7.0 BR range, because that's when you're just getting up tiered. Because no one fucking plays 7.0 unless they're grinding to get past 7.0.
Tracks operational.
The moment they're past 7, they never go back.
Starting.
Oh my god, how'd I flub that shot? Oh god, I lost my breach. I am dead. Why is there an American on the enemy team? Was it that desperate to find us a match? It was that desperate to find us a match. It put us on an opposing a team opposite other Americans. In a down tier. Wow. What? I'm actually shocked. I've never seen that before. Here it is. Where'd that plane go? Plane, let me shoot. I must shoot plane. Are you?
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Can I get a firing solution, please? There we go. I'm gonna switch to the other plane. Some hits. Well, he got his vengeance, didn't he? And I don't have the SP, but if he dies and I get an assist, I do. I am very happy. I am very happy I got that. Little bullshit, I got the eye for an eye when whatever my killing shot was landed on him before he killed me. Technically, he should get the eye for an eye, but, yeah, I have no idea how the fuck I would code that. Well, this is a chaotic match, I'll say that. I see a tank and go, oh shit, enemy. No, it's not. Well, that's my match. Should I go to the loo one last time? Or should I hold it in? I don't want to wet myself on stream again. I'm going to go to the loo. Here we are. And I'm back. Nutgooder says Tiger won. Well, I know who you are now. I'm still gonna call you Nutgooder when I see you on Twitch with that name. Because that's a very funny name. And yes, again, I did have to run to the toilet again. Jeez. Huh. That's disappointing. What do I mean again? Like, you commented again, and I assumed it had to do with me rushing to the toilet suddenly. Oh, do you mean wet myself on stream again? Yes, one stream, like, before I was multi-streaming on YouTube, I tried to hold it in to not disrupt the stream because we've been having good match after good match, after good match. And I eventually said, like, no, I've got to run to the toilet, and I wet myself on the way to the toilet. So technically it wasn't on stream. Stream didn't hear it or anything. But just before I made it to the toilet, like literally walking through the door to the water closet, I ended up losing control of the bladder and wetting myself. So that's why I take frequent loo breaks, a lot more frequent than a lot of other streamers, because I don't want it to happen a second time. It's bad enough it happened once. At least I didn't shit myself on stream. I know of at least one VTuber who did. Who else fucking opens up a conversation with Tiger 1? God, this is a chaotic fucking match. This is why we don't have every nation versus every nation. This is why these sort of free-for-alls aren't a thing in War Thunder. Yeah, we got raided. In fact, when I saw you follow and whatnot, I thought it was from the raid. Though, reminder, you're not actually supposed to mention my viewer count. But no, my viewer count has been steadily growing. I do keep abreast of my analytics, and it's slow but stable growth. That tells me that basically whatever I'm doing on stream is the right thing to be successful. It's just a matter of getting me in front of people. Yeah, I really need to spend more time on shorts and such, because that's what you do to get you in front of people. But unfortunately, well, part of a lack of motivation is that I actually don't like shorts. I don't like shorts as content. I don't have TikTok. I don't watch YouTube Shorts. The web browser I use to watch YouTube actually has an extension that is specifically blocks shorts, so I never even see the things. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why I don't spend much more time doing shorts, because I don't actually like them as a content form. I am very much a long form person. You know those videos you see in your recommendations where it's like, game, a quick retrospective, 20-hour runtime? Yeah, I'm the guy who watches those videos. Ah. That's disappointing. Though I did get some actual increase in followers from the raid. But that explains the weird trickle. I thought it would have been raiders who were lurking, coming back and going, hey, I like what I see.
Attention to the designated green zone.
Yeah, no problem. We're probably only going to have one more round anyway, geez. Like, a round takes about half an hour, and yeah, we've got about half an hour to go. But no, I do have stable growth in my analytics. I do keep an actual record of all that sort of stuff. Because if you want to be serious about streaming, you kind of have to. How else are you going to see when you're doing well, when you're doing bad? No problem, F16. Welcome in, welcome in. What am I slapping? I'm playing with a laser pointer. There is a it has a clip that can be pulled off of it. So yeah, I'm playing with that. That's what the snapping noise is. It's being snapped on and off. I fidget. I have a lot of stuff on my desk to fidget with. If I don't fidget, I end up have stuff to fidget with. I end up doing shit like accidentally hitting the silent alarm at work because I was just fidgeting with whatever was under the table. True story. That actually happened. Oh, that's sad. It appears to be fine on my end, so it may just have to be on your end. Yonkers 288C. I'll have to look that up. I mean, having all my stream stuff, like all the different dashboards and whatnot on my laptop, basically, it's basically a 2 PC stream setup. So with my second PC setup, will that technically make it a free stream setup? Free PC stream setup? You can only do a lurk every minute Among Us because a certain someone kept spamming lurk to the point where the chat window was unusable. Yeah, as I said, geez, it seems to be on, seems to be fine on my end. So, prototype medium bomber, versus 2VB domination. Okay. Defensive 20mm and 3 defensive twin 8mm. You know who it was among us. Yeah, it looks like a decent bomber. Yeah, that would be fucking scary to suddenly hit a defensive 20mm when you weren't planning for it. God, this match is also taking a long time. Once again, you know who it was among us. Yes, I know you're F15, F16. I tend to call people by the name I see them in the chat rather than other names. You know it wasn't me. You know it wasn't me. The only thing I spam in the fucking fucking Twitch chat is fucking, let's see. What am I gonna spam? I know. That. Yeah! Look at that! Flexing with my amazing infinite channel points. Yeah, that's actually a thing, by the way. If you own a channel, you have infinite points on your own channel. It's not the fucking could you imagine if you could set up a bot to use channel redeems? I mean, you probably could, but it would have to be a bot account rather than a proper channel bot. Alrighty. We are now just waiting for Blair and F15, do you want to join in while there's a spot open? I really needed to know that that's what you're going to do after the stream ends, but yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying playing with us, Among Us. All right. I'm tempted to tease you with it, but it's that late in the stream, but I'm not going to do that sort of shit. Alright, invite's been sent. There we go. Now we'll just wait for you to flag ready, and off we go. Once again, I really did not need to be informed of that information about us. Ah, yes. Rat tanks are fun. I very much like rats. I wish I had a few more autocannon rats, but, no, I'm in the US tree, so I don't get them. Bum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, I know. That was a big thing that France pushed after the war. Because they were right to recognize that they were the belief that tank armor was only going to get thicker. The XM800T is an awesome vehicle, though. It's just a bit bullshit. We have to wait till that point of the tree. Like, they could add the XM734, for example, which was a an early prototype of the M113 with a 20mm autocannon, or the XM701, which was basically the predecessor to the IFE. Well, the reason France didn't go heavy in armor wasn't because they thought armor was useless. It's because they didn't have fucking bridges left. After World War II, all their fucking bridges were destroyed. All their roads were ruined, and so they couldn't move a heavy vehicle around. The AMX-13's was 13 tons because that was the weight limit of 80% of bridges still standing in France. So they needed it to be that light so it could actually go over rivers. Yeah, there's another one, the XM765 armored fighting vehicle. And there's the XM723. There's a lot of fucking prototypes that they could implement. Oh, fucking oath, yep. At least it's the layout that drives everyone into the city, which is the best part of this map. It's still not great, but at least they're not in the absolute dog shit and the absolute hellscape. Don't worry about me admitting to not liking shorts, by the way. More shorts are coming. Like, I am actually surprisingly good at them for someone who doesn't like them as a form of content. My average shorts on average, do better than Jean Famas's. And she is quite literally 100 times my size in terms of followers and viewers. And yet my shorts do better than hers. And you can't argue about some algorithm stuff because she's also Australian, so the geolocation boost is the same. So it is actually me being better at making shorts that will like appeal to the audience than her. So there are more shorts definitely coming. I do need to set up DaVinci Resolve with a render preset for the YouTube Shorts fucking form factor. Because currently I don't have it set up like that. It's a bit of a bitch. That's disappointing. Plus side, it seems to be a down tier. Yes, the brony short. That challenge is still on, by the way, and it is extended to YouTube. If I hit 1,000 on YouTube, it's the same thing as Twitch. I ain't gonna hit 1,000 on YouTube, subscribers on YouTube, and then chicken out and say, well, I said Twitch was where the challenge is. By the way, for those of you who are new and don't know, because I do see your numbers, you are still here. Basically, if I hit 1,000 followers on Twitch or 1,000 subscribers on YouTube by the end of the year, I have to do a watch-along of the first season of Friendship is Magic. If it's 2,000 by the end of the year, I have to do a watch-along of the first season and a 24-hour fucking marathon stream. If we hit 3,000, I have to do the 24-hour marathon stream and also then do a regular watch along until I've watched the whole series. And if I hit 4,000, I have to fucking spend $2,000 on a fucking pony model. Yes, that's how much a fucking My Little Pony VTuber model costs. $2,000 fucking dollars. Not a difficult thing to accomplish, Flint, Larry. They are very weak. Their main advantage is that they are very fast. What party am I pooping? IS3, could you machine gun that fence? I can't shoot through it. I know he can't hear me. But, Of course I noticed the hole in the fence just in time to not have a shot. Oh, I've got to kill Sis somewhere. Come on, raise the turret. You know, one of my complaints with the hold C button to stop your turret from moving is it keeps your turret on the aim point that you're currently at, not locked to your vehicle. I would like to have the option of having it locked to its position relative to my vehicle. I don't think he noticed he's being shot at from my direction.
Target hit!
And crew knocked out. Oh, really? How? Because I would much prefer that to having it locked to camera position.
Forces have captured a zone.
Okay, it's in settings. I'll have to look that up.
We've been hit!
You lucky bastard, you get a fucking machine gun. And yet somehow, despite being basically me but better in every way, you're a lower BR. Yeah, I'm a little bitter about the Jagdpanzer having a fucking machine gun and me not. It's literally just a better M56. But it's a 6.3 instead of 6.7. Yes, funny Zoomer meme number, by the way. Depends on the heat round. I know my M56 can't, nor could, the T92. There are places I can side pen them, but no front pen.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
ELC 901. Yep, it's a fun vehicle. It's very fun. Captain Observant over here is about to get flanked. Ah, shit. Well, I flubbed that shot. That's what I get for smack talking. That's what I get for fucking smack talking. Alright, guess I'll fucking hop in the M163. Round's gonna be over before I get anywhere in the T26. Damn buildings in the way. Well, at least we're best squad. Although, let's face it, it's mostly being carried by F-15 in the fucking ELC. The last thing I'm going to do is, how much more do I need for the M2A2? Quite a lot, because of the fucking penalty. Because of the fucking penalty. Anywho, that was stream, everyone. Let's figure out who the hell we're raiding. Let's see here. I don't want to raid Russian speakers. Just because I want to keep it within the English language, thank you very much. Do you want to raid a well-known corpo streamer who is discussing the history of people taking a bath? I feel like there's a joke in there about us Warthunder players that can be made. In such a raid subject. Alright, we're raiding Malice Evermore from Face Connect. Ah, we're unable to raid her. Yeah, her raid settings are set up in such a way that it's not an option. Fuck, that would have been funny. Alright, there goes that option. Okay, with lack of any reasonable idea, we're just gonna raid Froggy Hoppins. She's also Australian. She might be finishing up soon, but we'll raid her anyway. She's nice. She's fun. She's dealing drugs in Schedule 1. Anyway, I'm General Chat. Goodbye.